All right, good evening. It is 5 p.m. It is May 22nd, 2024. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. At this time, we will determine if a quorum is present.
Leona McDade, present.
Josh Westrom, present.
Richie Duffenball, present.
Leanne Artho, present.
Matt Slayton, present.
Craig Hawksworth, present.
I, Sam Slayton, present. We do have a quorum established. At this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance from our friends at Hilltop Elementary.
They're going to come over here. So we brought our Stuco tonight. This is our first Stuco at Hilltop, at least since I've been there. And I asked for a volunteer, and Miss Whitney quickly volunteered to set it up and lead it and get it started. They've done a lot of great things on our campus. Recently, they rolled up their sleeves and they painted a chalkboard out of a really ugly concrete wall that was out in our back garden, and we've already got kids going out to play in it. So I'm really proud of the contributions they've made to our campus. And now they'll all introduce themselves.
Okay. Awesome. So I am Heather Whitney, one of the student council sponsors, and I love student council. That might be my favorite thing about Hilltop.
Hello, I am Stephanie Lockhart, and I am the other student council representative. And one of the things that I really love most about Hilltop is the parent involvement and how they really support our staff and our students.
I'm Hannah Mooney, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is Miss Whitney, aka Queen Whitney.
Yeah, what did she get for that? It's the end of year A right there.
I'm Cara DeVee. I'm vice president of student council, and my favorite activity is probably after school activities on Hilltop.
I'm Taylor, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is Stuco.
My name's Caroline Martin, and probably my favorite thing about Hilltop is the student council, because we get to do really fun activities like the chalkboard and Socktober. My name is Charlie Womack, and I love Horizons and student council.
My name's Savannah Tooley. My favorite thing about Hilltop is probably the after-school activities.
My name is Audrey Zimzo. My favorite thing about Hilltop is after-school activities.
My name is Holland Brown, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is my friends and teachers.
My name is Jolie Massey, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is the teachers, because they bring me joy every day and they're amazing.
My name's Hannah Lemley, and my favorite part about Hilltop is teachers and friends.
My name is Landry Beard, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is student council, because we get to be the leaders of the school.
My name is Laurel Sessions, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is the people in it.
My name is Parker Massey, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is student council.
My name is Josh Chapman, and my favorite thing is just the people, everybody. My name is Kinsler McCage, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is the teachers and staff.
My name is Rylan Martin, and my favorite thing about Hilltop is the teachers and friends.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank y'all. And let y'all lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
That's your call. Mr. Deffenbaugh asked for it.
Oh, sorry. Go back.
Picture.
We're taking a
That was
We just have us in the back room.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
One last walk. Mr. Deffenbaugh.
That was just
This is it.
No, that was not me. those ones.
Is it dripping over there too?
I don't know. We'll see if it piles up
Not
again.
mine, nope. What's it? You slobbing?
We're dripping.
Drooling again?
Huckabee.
Huckabee. It just took me a while, but I got it.
All right, we'll have a brief moment of silence. All right, thank you. All right, we are here to celebrate and honor someone. Mr. Deffenbaugh, your favorite part. You ready?
You got a speech prepared?
Yeah.
He does.
I got about 20 minutes worth.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
that's
good to see you.
We're here for it. All right. Well, I'll start things off, and first and foremost to the Deffenbaugh family. Thank you so much for sharing your time with Mr. Deffenbaugh. So we know how much a sacrifice of time and service that he has made to this district over the last 6 years, and we're just grateful for that. It's been invaluable, but thank you to y'all for putting up with us. So you all do a lot for this district, and we appreciate that and appreciate your service as a family as well to this district. So Mr. Deffenbaugh, where's the time go, right? 6 years. Your service have just been grateful. I've learned so much from you. I've learned patience. I've learned, which is crazy, all the laughing over here. Trust me, we're not going to go into details, but I've learned patience, and I've learned to look at things more analytically than ever, and I've learned how to be frustrated with architects, but also just bringing your perspective and your expertise, and it's really done nothing but enhance our process and enhance how we operate as a board. And you've challenged me as a board president more than a handful of times. Yeah, I've got them written down in my diary. My therapist can attest. But you've challenged me individually as board president, and it's done nothing but I feel help me grow, and so I'm grateful for that. And you will definitely be missed, and I can say without any doubt that your spirit will continue on in how we look at things and how we look at things objectively through the lens of our why, and we will definitely, put a fine, detailed pencil to spreadsheets. Not that we can do Excel like you, but in making sure that we're adhering to academic excellence, to providing our students with the best readiness for what the world has in front of them. And again, just thank you for all that you've done to support this district.
So I would say that I thought I loved Excel and liked Excel. Man, you show me how to make that thing stand up and sing. But like Sam said, I mean, everything that we learn from you in discussions and agreements and disagreements, we always had the similar purpose of why the kids of this district. That's what drove everything, and that allowed us to find common ground when we might have walked into this room or that room back there with a difference of opinion. We always found a way to get on the same page. One particular instance comes to mind that I can't share everything about, but I think it might have been your first year on the board, coming towards the end of that first year, and we were in a process in the back room, and you started off down this one path about various contracts or things like that, and Dr. Bitter and I just looked at each other and said, just let him go. We'll pull him back, but just let him go for now. And so you went on the thing that was best about us, because we had done the same thing like the 2 years before that. So anyway, I won't say everything Sam said, but I wholeheartedly agree. You've made us all better. You've made us all more analytical. And so rest assured we'll carry that on with us. And by the way, like it or not, the plans that we have for this district and the numbers and the kids and the zoning and how does it all work, I don't know if I can explain what all goes into that, but I'm telling you, this one has, how many options did you come up with of different ways to cut and slice the pie? And so thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to continue a trend of Excel. And
We should have got it.
having spent every day with Excel, I feel like I'm a pretty good practitioner. But I may have found someone who's a little bit better, or at least enjoys it a little bit more than I do. But obviously, you spent a lot of time on this board. I've only had the opportunity to spend a couple of years with you. And I'll try to keep this short, but the biggest thing that I want to focus on that I appreciate in these 2 years is challenging and questioning the status quo. That it doesn't always need to be a certain way because that's the way it's been done in the past, or that's the way that other districts do it, or just education in general. It's important to have different perspectives and to also challenge ideas when they need to be challenged. And so that'll be my greatest takeaway from serving with you, is never taking anything at face value and asking the questions and making sure that we're pushing where we need to push on a regular basis. So you'll be missed. Thank you.
And I'm going to add one other thing on the Excel thing, because I know we can all get crazy with that. But I found your Excel spreadsheets to be a brain dump. Literally. It was whatever was going on in your head and all the thoughts that you had and all the options, and where you could go click on a cell, put in a different number. And I know how to do that. You probably did it in 30 minutes. It would take me half a day. And so what I loved about it is that you were able to back it up. You had a rationale for everything that was on there. You had all the options, and they were all there. But on a personal level, I always found you to be very humble, very honest, very direct, and direct in a good way, because it was kind of just this is what I think, and here it is. And you did question, found you to be very genuine. And I know, Caroline, yesterday when you spoke, I wished I could have gone back and listened to it today. I couldn't locate it right away. But in your speech, you said that there were 3 things that you had that you were given. One was intelligence. I can't remember the other 2, but when you said that, I immediately thought of you. And I said, well, that's Richie. That's exactly your dad. And so I just think it's a gift. And I am going to miss you, and I hope you have a great time with your family. We're going to give him back to you, and maybe one day I'll meet you in the Ruidoso. You never know. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, well, call me. I'll add this. I mean, when you run for office, it can be challenging. When you serve, it can be challenging. Criticism certainly comes your way, but you always look back and you go, man, one of the things I liked is the relationships I formed. And, we didn't know each other that well. I knew Deffenbaugh family. We had kids in the same class, but we didn't know each other. And one of the things I'm most, proud of and going to be thankful for is the fact that we got to know each other as well as we did, and got to know Amy and your family even better. Probably wouldn't have been able to do that had we not served together. And I echo all those same things about spreadsheets and all that stuff. But you did challenge the status quo. I'm not going to miss you, and here's why. Because I know you're not going anywhere. Because if I do something and I'm not asking the right questions, you're going to be somebody that says, hey, if it comes to procurement method architects, I expect to hear from you.
I got your text.
Yeah, and I hope you can, and I hope you are. I hope you are holding us accountable and making sure we're asking the hard questions that you would probably ask if you were still sitting here. So you guys enjoy, Richie. I know you got places to be and lake houses and Ruidoso and stuff like that. So enjoy, and we thank you for sharing it with us.
I just want to, as we close up this portion, I just want to thank the family as well. I have gotten to know you somewhat well. I mean, Amy, I've gotten to know you and Caroline. I haven't gotten to know the other two, Grant and Peyton. Okay, thank you. At this point, but I just want to thank you for the time that he's served this district. I've only been here a year, but I know that the position of a political office is not easy. And while people do take time to thank you, many more people take time to criticize you. And so I know that you've had to deal with that as a family. I know he's had to deal with that. But he's doing it for all the right reasons. And we know his why. It didn't take me 2 weeks to understand what his why was and why he served this district. And so I appreciate and just want to thank you all for allowing him to do that. And to you, Mr. Deffenbaugh, you during the whole interview process, you had amazing questions and you just kept digging deeper and deeper. And so I want people to know that process for you was very, very important, to make sure that this district was put in the hands of someone that you could trust. And so I appreciate and just thank you for taking your chance on me. It's a great place. I'm so glad I'm here. We're going to miss you, but I know that you're not far. Like Trustee Westrom said, we will be reaching out to you, I'm sure, for different things, and expect you to stay in contact and collaboration with us. But you have been incredibly valuable to this district, your decisions, your collaboration, and everything. And so I appreciate you, and only wish we had longer. So
Thank you.
Well, I haven't said anything yet.
Oh, that's right. I'm
I
sorry.
know.
We went
It's
from that
okay.
end to
I'm
this
always
end.
overlooked.
I apologize.
Just kidding. Well,
It threw me off. We went the wrong way.
I know.
We'll talk later.
We'll talk later.
Okay,
I'll
sorry
talk
about
to
that.
Sam. I've only got to be with Richie a year or two, and I had known his family. I heard about Caroline when Amber started school in about 4th grade. She was such a sweet girl, and I would see the family, and I saw Peyton in choir, and I was like, this family is so incredibly talented. And then you meet Richie and Amy, and you're like, oh, well, that's why. You were always so thoughtful, and you're willing to challenge people, but you're also willing to listen. And you are probably the smartest person in every room, but you don't act like it. And you take information, and you really will change ideas based on other people's opinions, even though you probably know that you know a little bit more than them. And I just appreciate everything that you've done and getting to be with you. And I look forward to my tutoring sessions with him, because I want to learn his ways, so I can come in here and hold up a Excel sheet. But thank you, Richie. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we would like to present you with the Eagle. And I know you've got a goodie bag down here, but we've got you a nice over here. And the cookies are over there, by the way. He knew where to send the cookies. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Just a small token of our appreciation for your time
Thank
to
you
the
so
district.
much.
So.
I appreciate you all. I really do.
Do you want the floor?
Well, I do, because when Bitter went down last year, went to the podium, I was like, what is he doing? He's setting a precedent. And then he speaks so eloquently, I'm like, oh no, this is going to happen to me next year. And so I feel like I've written some things down. I want to get some words of wisdom, which you guys have already covered. But also, you thank my family. They're the only reason I'm even was elected. It wasn't their decision for me to go for the election, but it was Amy's reputation, it was Grant's reputation, it was Peyton's reputation, and Caroline's reputation. I only had signs out there, but they knew me through them and stuff. They're the reasons, I got elected. It wasn't my campaign strategy or my working on the things. But thank you all, and I hate this. I hate being recognized. I've always I've enjoyed the steaks that Greg prepares during January Recognition Month, but we are the last people to be recognized in the school district. We're necessary, but we're the least important. And I always have felt self-conscious of being recognized, especially individually like this. But I want to spend a little bit of time recognizing the people who really have an impact, and specifically the people who have an impact on my students. And these are the people who should get continually recognized, because you think about in the school district itself, each of us have our own kids as students, and the people who make the most impact on them are the elementary teachers who have them for the whole day in homeroom. They're really getting to know them, and they know them individually. And then as you move up to middle school and high school, it's really the clubs that they're involved in, the coaches that they're working with, the directors and band and everything else. It's those people who are giving their time to our kids, motivating our kids, driving our kids, and loving on our kids. And like, so for Grant specifically, the name that comes to mind is Russell Perkins, who is his basketball coach and was a huge impact with him. Peyton, it was Will Griswold, who started the choir program, Remedy, etc., and he just gave himself to her. And then with Caroline, she mentioned it last night in the speech, it was Perkins is he's the double whammy. And so one, he involved her in the basketball team as a videographer, but then also he's been instrumental in the UIL map. And those people who are the ones who have the impact. And I would challenge the parents is that you all have students and you all know somebody who's having an impact. Let them know. Let them know, because they're the ones who should get recognized over and over. I will give a little bit of synopsis. And also, I was going to add to that, those interactions of those specific people is really what, to me, defines, having 3 kids go through the whole system. Those interactions are what defines the high school experience. That's when they learn life through their teams and different things. And this is why I will give a plug. This is why I feel that our strategic plan that we're going with is the best for our students, because it allows a much higher percentage of individual kids to actually have that experience with different people. But that is what, to me, really kind of defines high school and also really gives them key life learnings. And so I'm glad that we're going through with our forward-looking thinking for the strategic plan. I think it benefits the students utmost. Thinking about 6.5 years ago, I guess, it was, I kind of made the decision to offer my application, whether I get elected or not, who knows. But one, it was because of what this district has provided our kids, and I wanted to give back some, just the time. And I was picturing it, this is going to be easy. I'll give a monthly meeting, and I'll do this and all of that, and it didn't pan out that way. Also another secondary reason I was interested in joining was I'd been complaining to Bidder. It's like, man, John, who was on the board at the time, I said, every time I go to a football game on 377, I drive by a perfectly usable parking lot that's roped off, and everybody else is parking on the grass. And there's a tennis tournament, so there's a perfectly good parking lot that's roped off, and the parents are having to park on the grass. Can't you do something about that? He goes, Rich, why don't you join the board and see if you can? So I did. And I quickly realized, man, there's power in band stickers. I mean, they cannot be moved or have the threat of movement.
Be touched by a tire.
So what are we doing here? But
and for those that didn't know, that's John Bitter's band lot. So,
and so I learned the power of stickers, but really more importantly, and you commented on this, I learned the power of status quo. And how much we do things because that's how it's always been done. And so that's kind of been my biggest focus. And also the first meeting, I still remember this, we basically were approving the contract, approving the architects for our phase 2 build. So mind you, we'd always anticipated a phase 2 build in the high school. And the architects wanted, I think it was a little bit over $3 million to give us their plans for what we'd always anticipated and use them for phase 1. And I was just flabbergasted. It's like, what? And so I yelled about it a little bit, but I voted okay. And you guys have heard me screaming in the wind ever since about this, but it has the same effect as screaming in the wind. Nothing's happened. But that's just some of the genesis of why I am why I am.
We invited all the architects over your 6 years to come here tonight.
I know, and none of them came.
They also did a warm greeting going away present.
And then you go, so after that, my initial awakening, and then the pandemic happens upon us, a massive development happens upon us, the strategic plan happens upon us. It's been a different than I pictured. Let's put it that way. But it's been incredibly rewarding. It really has. You think about, like I said, I knew of you all, but I never knew you. And I feel like we're friends now, and I value that relationship. I really do. And I probably will keep your text number. So my encouragement to you as the board is keep an eye on the big picture. Don't feel inhibited by individual experience and passions. Let us know those viewpoints. Let the board know those viewpoints. All together, you will come up with the best outcome. Don't inhibit yourself on your expressions. I'm not looking at you.
I'm good.
I'm not looking at you. Also, I'd say, and I wrote these down so I don't go off course. Also, I'd say as a group, stay in your lane, but own your lane. Own your lane. We're individually voted in to accomplish 4 tasks. 1, you guys know these, set the strategic direction for the district. 2, direct local policy. 3, provide financial accountability. And 4, evaluate the superintendent. Own these 4 tasks. Own these 4 tasks, and you guys are doing great things. To our teachers, aides, and coaches, I've already talked about this, but you guys are who makes an impact in our kids' lives. Thank you. Thank you for the inordinate time, the constant attention, and the true impact you are making. It is not unnoticed. To our parents, along that lines, each of you can identify these special people, let them know about it. For your students individually, let them know what kind of impact they're making in those kids' lives. Also, I'm going to challenge parents. Parent involvement in Argyle is absolutely the grease that makes these gears go. It's what has made Argyle great in the past. I know the pandemic hit us hard with that, but the pandemic is over. So my challenge to parents is get involved. Get involved at the individual schools that you're at, and that's where you find community. Third, to our students, your teachers and parents love and care for you. And sometimes they're right. Listen to them, allow yourself to be mentored by them, and most importantly is get involved with groups and teams. This is where true life learning happens, and I encourage you, this is the Argyle way. And lastly, to those who voted me into this office, curses to you. Just kidding. Thank you for trusting me as a trustee, and thank you for your timely words of encouragement. It's much appreciated, and I'm thankful for the time that was given to me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Take some pictures.
Yeah. Sat down,
no.
Pictures.
Yeah, the
Bring
family got
your
here for a
trophy.
reason.
Family's up here.
I'll wheel you out if you
here.
want me to.
I think there's a song like that.
I would have dressed up.
You knew it was happening, Richie.
Thank you, sir.
Let's do family first, please.
You hold the cookies.
Chair.
Go sit down again.
I gotta find a spot in between. Awesome.
I would have said it out loud, but I didn't want them to know I was coming.
Michaeline, you're ready? This is your big time to shine. All right, now we are going to install the newly elected and ultimately re-elected Board of Trustees. Start with place 4 with Mr. Rich McDowell.
Just repeat after me. I, Rich McDowell.
I, Rich McDowell.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute the duties.
I will faithfully execute the duties.
Of the office of.
Of the office of.
Argyle ISD Board of Trustees, Place 4.
Argyle ISD, Place 4, Trustee.
Of the state of Texas.
Of the state of Texas.
And will to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect.
Preserve and protect.
And defend the Constitution.
And defend the Constitution.
And the laws of the United States.
And the laws of the United States.
In this state, so help me God.
So, in this state, so help me God.
Yeah.
Use them out. Evict them. Evict them.
Still got dinner. We're gonna do family pic and
Yes.
then board pic. All right.
We'll do a family picture for that. Oh, you would, okay, we'll do hers, okay, so we'll do hers and then we'll come out.
Okay.
For me first.
All right. Come on, sit down.
Changing.
How are your spreadsheets?
The duties of the office. Of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees.
The Argyle ISD Board of Trustees.
Place 5. Of the state of Texas.
The state of Texas.
And will to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution and laws.
Constitution and laws.
Of the United States.
Of the United States.
And of this state.
And of the state.
So help me God.
Oh, yeah, great, thanks, yeah, thank you.
All right, Mr. Duff, I'm being efficient right here. I'm not even gonna sit down. I'm gonna say it's 5:33 p.m. and we'll adjourn to executive session. All right, good evening. Time 6:49 p.m. We have returned from executive session. Apologize for the delay. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve items discussed in closed session.
Motion. Second.
All right, Mrs. Artho, motion to approve. Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna move to the public forum session of tonight's meeting. And we have not figured out a better way yet to go through what we're gonna go through.
I've watched other board meetings and they all read it, so
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read right here. If y'all give me some latitude, then we'll get started. All right. We're now moving into the public forum portion of tonight's meeting. Please note that board policy requires speakers to sign up in person before the meeting is called to order. During this portion of the meeting, board members will listen to comments, but as the designated spokesperson, only the president may respond to the speaker if needed and refer concerns to the appropriate administrator. Speakers can comment on agenda items, but trustees will not be able to discuss the items until they are before the board during the meeting. Board policy BED local provides the presiding officer with the ability to adjust the time allotted per speaker for effective meeting management. Pursuant to that, an individual's comments to the board at tonight's meeting shall not exceed 5 minutes. The presiding officer may reduce the allotted time for each individual to speak to no less than 1 minute for effective meeting management. Speakers are not allowed to receive time from other individuals. Tonight, each speaker will receive 2 minutes. Specific complaints about individual district personnel are to be processed through the district grievance policies as set out in district policies DBA, FNG, and/or GF. Speakers are not permitted to refer to individual students or employees by name during public comment period. Additionally, if you have a pending grievance that may come before the board in a level 3 hearing, please refrain from addressing the topic of your grievance except through the grievance process. Per board policy BED and this board's board operating procedures, the board will not allow disruption of the board meeting by members of the public if, after one warning from the presiding officer, any person continues to disrupt the meeting by words or actions, the person will be removed from the meeting. All right, thank you all for that latitude. Got my reading in for the evening. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start, and I apologize if I mispronounce Austin Carthage. Was that correct?
That's good.
Okay, so
Right there.
that's you, and whenever you'd like to begin, the time is yours. And when you have 1 minute left, Mr. Slayton will let you know you have 1 minute left.
All right, nice to meet you guys. My name is Austin Cartledge. So I wanted to come tonight to kind of tell you guys why I voted no on the bond propositions A and B. I will say though, I got here early, so I wanted to write down what I wanted to say, and I had some really great conversation with some of the people back here. And I think really, first and foremost, there was a communication error. So one of the reasons that my wife and I did not vote for the bond to pass was because of the 2 high school thing, and not because there's 2 high schools. I think we've wrapped our heads around the 2 high schools being probably the best thing for our children. We've got 2 sons here, and we want them to have all the opportunities that they can. I don't like the town being split up, but it is what it is. But I think it's my understanding that the bond would have given us 2 high schools of the same size. And after speaking with some people here tonight, I don't know that that was really communicated, and maybe I didn't read everything appropriately or as in depth, but I didn't realize that the bond would have given us 2 high schools of the same size. Now, I hope that's correct. If I feel like if I would have known that there was going to be 2 high schools and they both were going to be 4A or 5A, I would have voted yes. I did not know that that was the case. As you guys know, there's a lot of rumors in town about
30 seconds.
There being a small high school for kind of that hilltop area, and then kind of Harvest and Canyon Falls going to a large 6A high school. So I would just urge you guys to maybe increase the communication, maybe more succinctly and directly, because there's a lot of rumors out there, and I don't want to sit up here and say all the things that I thought were true, but we would have maybe voted differently. So I encourage you guys to do that. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
It's pretty fancy.
All right, Brian Smits. Good evening.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Good.
Hi, my name is Brian Smits. I'm a father of 3 kids that will be in Argyle ISD for the next 13 years. My wife and I did a ton of research when looking for places to move back in 2019. You know, our main focus was to find an ISD that provided top academics in a smaller, more intimate setting. Those desires were due to experiences that we had in large single high school ISDs. We found Argyle and felt blessed. The published data from 2018, 2019 on population growth showed that our children would have an academic experience of a high quality and in an intimate setting that would provide opportunities and their social well-being. However, development occurred quicker than anticipated and the growth accelerated. I'm here to say thank you to the trustees before me for passing the 10-year plan. It allows Argyle to remain a unique beacon of academic excellence within the metro and the state. We have had 3 consecutive elections now where the candidates supporting 2 high schools, loud and proud, I may add, have won. Smaller schools are a no-brainer, and those election results deliver a mandate to you to keep the convictions of the voters in the face of opposition from a small vocal minority that peddles misinformation and falsehoods. These falsehoods being peddled divide our community and prevent progress in funding our schools and our children. I want to take the opportunity to condemn the group of citizens peddling these lies. They hide behind anonymity on the social media page, concerned citizens of Argyle ISD, and spew misinformation. They attempt to bully us into silence, but our kids are too important to be silent. I can only imagine the things they're typing about me as I speak. They state they wish unity for our ISD while accusing their community members of things as horrific as racism, while also slandering the good people sitting on the school board. I ask that we continue to move forward on the agreed upon plan. Do not give these bad actors credibility. Once we move forward on the 10-year plan, we can come back together and the lies told by these community members will be fully exposed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Matt Artho. Good evening.
Hello, thanks for having me, guys. 2 minutes is going to be short, so I've got some notes here. I'm going to kind of ad-lib, but so I mean, I'm basically here why we're all here. We're here to thank the board. We're here to show support. We know how hard you guys work. I mean, countless hours. I witness it all the time. You guys are good people, and that's why we all decided to show up. I mean, raise your hand if you're here to support the board. If we can see the show of hands. So. Here we are as a group trying to tell the board that yes, you have a lot of support. Personally, I speak to a lot of people on a daily basis, whether in church, community practice, in my practice, and I get really good feedback. I think it's important for you guys to get that because social media shows otherwise. And there's a lot of people that aren't as they don't want to come forward as much as others. They're not as brave to do that. But as far as the direction that you guys are going and the email that was sent, there's a lot of positive feedback. So I kind of wrote down some notes of kind of the same thing I'm going to piggyback on here is that, you know, having the school set up the way it is, you know, potentially it uses the facilities we have, it reduces costs, it improves traffic, it allows siblings to drive siblings to work, it helps parents, they don't have to do a lot of different driving. It's kind of a novel idea in Texas to set up a private school-like atmosphere in a big district and to give opportunities for that. I feel sorry for the people, you know, even the speaker today who doesn't understand what the bond had presented. And again, that comes from a lot of the misinformation. But I think at the end of the day, you know, this is what people want. They want smaller class sizes. That's always the consistent thing. And so overall, I think it's important for us to show up and support for the board. And to also ask for help against communication out there that's in error, especially on social media. I think top-down leadership and communication and from the communication department would help with that in the same method and the same social media aspects that are going to do that. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Reed. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening. First, I want to congratulate Mr. McDowell on his new elected position and say congratulations to Mr. Deffenbaugh, Hawksworth, Westrom, Mr. Matt Slayton, and Mrs. Artho on your graduates last night. It was such a sweet ceremony that exemplified the amazing caliber of student that AISD produces, and it reflected the values that make this place so special. I wasn't planning on speaking again tonight, but like you, I'm tired. I see you all at the field days, the kickball tournaments, the varsity baseball games, and then the next day at the grad parties, at church ceremonies, and teacher appreciation events. I saw many of you at 2:30 a.m. this morning as we worked project graduation together after an extremely full, emotional, exhausting couple of weeks. As you know, last night was special, watching 334 graduates walk the stage, and afterwards I watched them seek out their favorite teachers and coaches to take one last picture with. And I noticed how the parents were hugging each other, how are you doing? And, empathetic bittersweetness. However, I also realized that I'd never seen a large number of these graduates before. I never met their families. We've never had a graduating class this large, and it just feels different. When I have a couple minutes to rest, I scroll on Facebook, and I'm still seeing these posts trying to rally other families to condemn this district. It's ridiculous posts complaining about anything and everything. They're fabricated, unsubstantiated claims that seem to have no other goal than to divide, which is kind of ironic because they're screaming about unity and community. We have something in this community that not very many communities have, right? We have a school district that's widely admired across the state. It's known as a destination district because of the families that spend every chance they get pouring into the district, and because of our leadership, right? You guys, the admin and staff that contributed so much to creating this amazing district. That's why I'm just at a loss as to why some are so hell-bent on attacking and criticizing it. It doesn't make any sense to me why we would claim to keep Argyle great by doubling the class sizes that won the UIL and state championships and created these relationships. So please do what you can to end this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Lisa Carter. Okay.
Pass.
All right. It's all good. Thank you.
Oh.
It's all good. I've noted you as here. Okay. No, you're good. You're good. Adrian Causey. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Adrian Causey. I've been a resident in Argyle ISD since 2016. My husband Joshua and I have 4 kids in the district. Corbin in 12th grade, Cohen in 11th, Austin in 8th, and Crosby Jack in 5th. I'm here on behalf of my family tonight to speak in support of the board, our 10-year plan, and a path to split into 2 high schools sooner rather than later. We moved to Argyle from Coppell ISD in 2016 for a smaller school environment for our kids. As we all know, Argyle has seen immense growth, and we currently are well on our way to being larger than Coppell. We didn't move here for a large one high school town. We moved here for the opportunity to have our kids in schools where they are known by teachers, administration, and coaches, not just among a number amongst many without a deep feeling of community. For those reasons, we have been and continue to be 100% on board with the Argyle ISD 10-year plan. We were frustrated a few weeks ago when Prop A, a plan to fund the ISD and future growth, failed. However, we also know it shouldn't derail the 10-year plan moving forward. A plan we wholeheartedly believe is the very best for every student in this community. I want my kids to be at a school where they have an opportunity to be involved in every capacity and play sports. I truly believe that's what most parents in this community want. The larger the campus, the less opportunity we have for students. Only so many can play the sport, play that instrument, or compete in the UIL event. Operating 2 high school campuses will expand the opportunity exponentially and create a rich, intimate community for students, teachers, and staff. My high school students often tell me how crowded the hallways at AHS are right now, with around 1,500 students. They can't imagine having more next year. I understand that on paper, the capacity of the 377 campus says it can hold up to 2,100 students, but the reality is, with that many students, everyone would feel completely overwhelmed in that building. The upcoming grades are getting larger every year, and with that, we will see overcrowding and a lack of opportunity for students. I don't see that having a 9th and 10th grade campus would be a long-term solution at all, as the number of students competing for both athletic and academic opportunity would be the same. Sorry, I needed 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh Sterling. All right.
Hey, good afternoon. So my wife and I are involved parents of 2 AISD students, and she was a graduate of the Argyle Ambassadors. I was a committee of the 24 Bond Committee, which I'm eager to engage in both processes to ensure our community's needs are met with thoughtful planning. While I appreciate the efforts made thus far, it's crucial to return to the drawing board and make adjustments that truly serve the best interests of the entire school district. The recent discussions at the special meeting on May 15th appear to prioritize immediate reactions over comprehensive assessments of what truly benefits our school district. It's essential that we take time to reevaluate and prioritize the best interest of our community rather than adhering rigidly to a predetermined plan. To illustrate in sports, adjustments are necessary when the initial strategy proves ineffective. If you plan to run a zone defense and that plan doesn't work, you change the plan, not to do the same plan and just call it something different. Mike Tyson famously said, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face." This quote encapsulates essence of adaptability. We must be willing to adjust our approach to avoid setbacks. While accommodating growth is important, we must also consider current realities such as the rejection of the pit and flower mound, lack of the progress in the Flower Mound Ranch, and the fact that commercial must be built out before residential does anything in that project. The financial implications of these decisions are significant, and it is concerning that these critical factors may have not been thoroughly addressed. These factors have been addressed, and growth is an urgent concern. Let's continue to work towards progress there. I urge the board to seize the opportunity presented by the project delays to develop a revised bond proposal and potentially something that is more financially responsible while not making sacrifices that could hinder the students in the entire district. Hasty decisions could result in challenges in the future. Additionally, and most importantly, as to why I'm here today, the proposal to integrate 7th and 8th graders with the 9th and 12th graders raises concerns, and we're not even zoned for that setup. This arrangement may not be the most prudent option for our students' well-being and educational experience. I just want to thank you guys again for all that you have done. We just ask that you just continue to do what's best. Thank you.
Thank you. Estella Spiegelberg. Good evening.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
So I wanted to come out and I wanted to again address the fact that you had the bond voted down. And yes, all of you have been voted in the last couple of years for various different reasons. But voters did come out and say, hey, put the brakes on this and let's have a discussion. And most of those voters came from areas that are not represented by the bulk of you. Now we have Rich McDowell, but he is also in alignment with all of you. We have a 10-year plan that has no financials attached to it, none. You cannot say with any degree of certainty that you can afford this plan without cutting more than we're currently cutting. I want to be sure that my current first grader, that my neighbor's preschooler, that they're going to get a similar or better education than my children are currently receiving now.
1 minute.
And none of you were able to answer that during the election. None of you were able to say, yes, we can do that. And whether or not you would have to increase the tax rate to do that, or cut certain programs. The voters need to have that information, and not providing that is, I think, one of the main reasons that the bond failed. And it's not like you didn't have the time to do it. I have been asking for this since you first signed on to the 10-year plan. You can do better. You could have done better. If this plan is really so great, and the bond that goes with it is so great, you should have been able to provide that information and relieve the concerns of voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Krzyzak.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jane Krzyzak. I have 4 kids. 2 are graduates, 2 are still here in the district. We've lived here since 2011. So I also would like 5 minutes, but we don't get that. So I'm going to do the best I can. You know, I'm going to be blunt. I think the bond failed for a lot of different reasons, and it wasn't one. And I've been talking to lots of people across this community and different zones and neighborhoods and the like, because I like people, I like to talk to them. I'm not saying others don't, I'm just saying I like to do it as well. And I think what's interesting is it's maybe, it was just a bond that a lot of people didn't like for different reasons. And a huge reason that I've heard from many, many people in different zones in this whole community is that they want smaller, period. I think when you have two, I think that they don't need to necessarily be the same size unless they're going to both be smaller, which brings up my whole, some of you have heard me talk about it, the 3 high school plan. Like, why don't we have a 3 high school plan? There needs to be a plan for traffic and all the good things up in the north part of our district. So that's really what I think it is. That's what I've heard from a lot of people. When you start talking about 3, they're like, oh, I like that, because I do want it to be small. And actually, I don't want to drive on 35, and I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do that, and that would be cool. There could be, somebody told me the other day, a mom who used to be for one high school, there could be 4. And I was like, maybe there could be. I mean, we don't know in 15 or 20 years, right? So all this to say, I just think that it's, I didn't even plan to say that, by the way, but I do take to heart what everyone's saying, and I understand, and I know everybody voted for different reasons, but there's a plethora of people who were concerned about 377 being expanded because it just seemed like it was going to be super expensive just by eyeballing it, even though that's not what we saw on paper, but they just weren't sure about that. And so at the end of the day, I think the real plan forward is to move to 3 schools. And 7 through 12 might seem scary, but it's not. We've done it. So anyway, I look forward to talking to other people.
Lane Tidwell.
Good evening. What I thought was a sign-in sheet was a sign-up-to-speak sheet, so I made the same mistake, so I didn't come prepared to speak, but we'll seize the moment. I came here tonight to support y'all. Y'all been great. Everybody I've talked to on the board, even got the email with Dr. Carpenter, y'all been great. We appreciate y'all's support. One more time, and this time, everybody that's here to support the board tonight, stand up. I mean, you guys have a huge group of people that are supporting y'all, and they're here tonight, and so thank y'all for all that you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Kyle Carey.
I too thought it was a sign-in sheet. But since Lane spoke, I feel like I have to speak too. My name is Kyle Carey. I am newer to the district. My wife Alex and I moved here just a couple years ago. My wife graduated 2012 from Argyle, and then she has 2 little brothers who also graduated from high school. And always heard stories of Alex, and her graduating class was around 100 something. And just all the stories about her and all her friends and her community and her group, and everyone knowing each other and everyone knowing their teachers so well and all the fun that they had. I grew up, went to high school around 400 to 500 kids, and I didn't have that experience. And so when we started having children, we have a 3 and 2-year-old now, we left Dallas early to entrench our families into Argyle because I and my wife Alex believe in the mission that y'all have, which is to keep the class size small for everybody. And so just want to say thank you all for continuing to push that mission and drive that vision forward. We look forward to our daughters and our future children that we haven't had yet to also experience that here at Argyle. We are digging our heels in deep into this community, and we're going to stay here for a long time. So thank you for all you do, and please continue with your mission. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Chris Bryant.
I ditto what Lane and Kyle said, but the sign-in sheet tricked me too. So. It was all my fault. I'm sorry.
All right. Sarah DeVee.
Do I get more time since they didn't use all the time?
No, ma'am. I read the rules.
Okay. I'm Sarah DeVee. I have 3 boys that have graduated from Argyle and a daughter who's starting 6th grade. Most importantly, I want to thank you for your selfless and tireless efforts to benefit our children and staff. For the past 19 years of living here, being heavily involved in our schools, I've never been more confident in our school board and administration to make the right, though not perfect, since everyone's not always going to be happy, but the right decision for the future of our district. Sadly, this comes at a time when the state continues to withhold the funding that we so desperately need, causing confusion amongst voters about school finance. In addition, the petty attacks online in some of our own communities seem endless and ultimately led to the bond failing by a narrow margin. I would assume that these critics researched where they wanted to live and moved here primarily for a great place to raise their kids. If they didn't intend on supporting the schools and supporting bonds, then it just doesn't make sense to me. It makes me wonder why they moved here. Of course, it is not perfect, and there's always room for improvement, but overall, we are so very fortunate to have such great schools and wonderful teachers and families. I wouldn't have it any other way, but I'm exhausted just like the rest of you guys from the end of the year, helping with things and doing things. But I felt compelled to come here tonight because of some of this drama and the criticism that you're receiving. Perhaps if these people spent a little more time making positive contributions like we've all done for all these years, helping at their schools and voting yes on these bonds, then we could have just stayed home tonight with our families. But I wanted to defend you, and I implore you to move forward with our plan as best you can. Perhaps expanding the 2 high school facilities that we are so blessed to have already at our disposal is not the route the district wants, or maybe not quite to the degree that was proposed. Maybe a 3rd high school is in our not so distant future. I've got to do one thing. I've got several families that said they support this statement. And it's, we elected you and other candidates over and over again who know that smaller schools are best for kids, and we wholeheartedly support the direction that you are taking us. Thank you again for your efforts and resolve. And I've got about 15 families' names here who are not in the room, but they're with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public forum and the unofficial sign up for those who just unofficially signed up. Come back again in June, we're here. All right. All right, I will, I guess, entertain a nomination for, no, we talked about this. Who are you gonna let run this, okay?
Okay.
God. All right, we're gonna do the organization of the board, so I will, entertain a nomination for president of the board.
Well, I guess I'll go, and Sam, I think you've done it, is this
You don't have
6
to.
years?
Yeah.
I don't give you, maybe as many compliments as you deserve, but I think you've done a great job. I think, being the president requires a lot of you, and I think you've been good at being not only just a good president and providing good direction and leadership, but you certainly fill the ceremonial roles well that are required of that position, and therefore I would nominate Sam Slayton to remain as president.
All right, thank you, Mr. Westrom. Motion for Sam Slayton for president. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth with second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, Mr. Westrom, for your comments. I appreciate that. I did not pay
It's not
him
on
like
video,
Caroline
is it? It's not.
Defenbach got paid. So, all right, now I will entertain a nomination for vice president of the board.
I will chime in because I have everyone looking at me, so I'll go. I think Craig has done a great job. He's worked well, and just for the sake of continuity on the board and the service that he's provided over the years, I nominate Craig Hawksworth for vice president.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth nomination for vice president by Ms. Artho. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Okay.
All right, and then I will now entertain a nomination for secretary for the board.
I'll nominate Matt Slayton because it'd be embarrassing if he didn't get reelected and the other officers did. No, Matt,
Less.
it requires a lot of you. I know being an officer, and you know, I have great respect for Matt. That's no secret to anybody, and I would nominate him to remain as secretary.
Nomination by Mr. Westrom for Matt Slayton for secretary. Do you have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Artho with a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you all. All right, now we'll move on to the consent items. We can go donations, please. All right, for the May 2024 donations, we have from AEBC, donation number 29 for $6,500 for football knee braces. AEBC, donation number 31, $2,454 for golf accomplishment board and golf room. AEBC number 32, $1,143.54 for girls soccer backpacks. AEBC donation number 33, $2,500 for golf TrackMan subscription and accessories. Hilltop PTA, $491.75 for office supplies. And the Chaco family, Jimmy and Jennifer, $300 for May staff appreciation snack cart at Argyle South Elementary. Total May donations, $13,389.29. Does anyone have any questions on any of the other consent items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Moving on down.
Hey, Jeff.
Yep. Mr. Cohen. You can't get away, you tried. He's bringing you up here.
So tonight we've got Pogue with us again to give you the update as we near completion of Jane Russman Elementary. I think we'll probably have one more report and then we probably will be done. So I'm gonna turn it over to Jason Davis.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You had it?
Good presentation.
That was quick.
It was awesome.
You gotta show me the elevator permit. You're gonna go that quick.
We got that.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's a wonderful picture of the front. You guys can see we're ready to clean that parking lot and start getting permanent striping done. Roof's done, RTUs are up and running. We've got air conditioning on in a portion of the building. There's another picture. You can see that we've got a lot of grass areas done. We've got the detention pond out in the front that they're real close to finishing up and getting our erosion control pieces done on that space as well. Playgrounds are finished. You guys are really, really close. Here's a picture of the inside of some of the railings that are done on the inside. Those floors are currently being worked on now. So we're getting real close to wrapping those up. Ceiling tiles are in. This picture was probably taken a little over a week ago. They've made a lot of progress in the last 10 days as well. Another picture from another angle, just showing landscaping's done, trees are in. We're moving there. Here's what about 85% of the classrooms look like on the inside currently. Millwork's real close to being finished in a lot of those spaces. We have a few rooms we had some dimensional things with our millworker, but other than that, we're moving forward. 85% of the rooms look like that currently. Hallways, upstairs, we've already got some flooring down. These are pictures of some downstairs spaces. They currently, a lot of them look like the one there on the left, with our flooring done in the hallways. Very colorful, very bright. Here's just some milestones that we're working on right now. Gas meter will be the end of the month. We've already got RTU started up. Our elevator is installed. We got final inspection for later this month, so we'll be good there.
I'm excited. Fire marshal scheduled, all that good stuff.
Everything's in alignment to fall into place for us. We have furniture delivery the first week of July. If there's a potential to move that up a little, we may. But currently, that's what we're tracking is first week of July, with a certificate of occupancy there in July as well. We're hoping they're on the early side of the month. So
I just appreciate, like, again, we're all lay people up here, but I glommed onto the elevator way early in my tenure on the board, and so it's my bailiwick right there. But I do appreciate you changing the CO to July.
Yeah.
So
It's the little things.
it's the little things.
Little things, yes. Yes. Well, we're set up to get that in all of our inspections. The team out there's done a really, really good job. We're ahead of schedule in a lot of those inspections, what we even thought we were going to be. So, the team's done a great job. It's not going to be a crash landing. Everything's falling into place for us. So,
Any pain points or heartburn that you foresee right now?
currently, no. I mean, we've got the day-to-day construction challenges that we deal with, but no, sir. And everything's kind of falling into place.
Okay.
Well, let me say this. When I came on the board in 2022, one of my biggest concerns almost immediately was whether we would be in this position to open this school at this time.
Yes, sir.
And, I just want to thank you and your team for getting us to this position, because I was not real sure that we would be here, and nothing bothered me more than to think that this school may not be ready given the capacity challenges we have at our elementary school. So
I appreciate that. The guys are even going to overcome some challenges on the front side with some permits, and was even able to overcome that. Got some great trade partners, and you guys have been a great partner for us to work with as well.
yeah. And I know we fuss at you guys and complain about pricing, and that's probably coming, and on other stuff. But I'm just setting you up. But
He's GC, not an architect.
yeah, no, all of it.
Marty's here
But
too.
I mean, it
Hi, Marty.
is. I mean, we didn't. It was a concern of ours. We spent a lot of time thinking about this site and this school.
It's a collective effort, and I think every bit of the team has been a part of that success. I mean, Jeff keeps us involved with the city and gets us out in front of those things, and I think it's been it's a fun team to be a part of.
Yeah.
So,
I don't mean to be the Debbie Downer, but can you remind me the details of the network? I know we're relying on TxDOT, I believe.
That's been moved up. That's not built up.
I know it's not, but it's still part of that building opening with network connection. So it's been moved up?
Right now, it's July 14th, is construction completion estimate.
And that's dying it at the school, then we have to just plug it in? Okay.
everything will be complete on the inside of the building to where all they should once they get their lines in is just it's plug and play from there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr.
Okay,
Carpenter.
I'm going to go through a few report items, and then I've got something else after that. So, student celebrations. First of all, I thank everyone, those of you that spent all night at project graduation and are still here this evening. Thank you, because I know that you're tired. But wow, what a celebration for the class of 2024. 334 amazing students walked the stage last night at UNT. The high school staff did an incredible job with graduation. So I just want to thank everyone that was involved. Those things don't just plan themselves, and so I appreciate Mr. King and his staff for everything that they did to make that night successful. A school board meeting we had last week, we had our recognition night. We had over 200 students and staff recognized for winter and spring. It was the packed house at the auditorium over there. So just another testament to the engagement in this community and how important it is.
Did you want to mention the last award given?
Oh, and we do have the fastest board member, if y'all haven't heard about Flash Sam Slayton. Finished in the very first inaugural band run.
Yeah.
And apparently he has challenged the rest of the board. Y'all better get your running shoes on. He finished.
He finished.
He finished, and no one else did.
And no one else ran, so he's definitely the fastest.
6th in my age group, 26th overall. Come on.
Very good.
Only 6 people in your age group.
Congratulations, sir.
Doesn't matter.
Well, we look forward to everybody running next year.
That's
so
right. We're going to have full board
see.
participation next year to
Leave
support the Argyle
no
band.
board member left behind. We're all going to run. Okay, baseball. So, here we are, school's out, and baseball's still playing. That is an expectation around here. And so we are starting the 4th round tomorrow night, the best of 3 in Cleburne versus Abilene Wiley. So we're excited about that. We also want to announce, very proud to announce, Argyle High School won the 5A UIL Academic Meet State Championship. That's the 17th time. Yes, seriously. The 17th time, and Jessica Reynolds and all the coaches over there and the students, they just do a remarkable job, and they're excuse me, and they're so passionate about it. So congratulations to them. And then also congratulations to our 3-time state tennis champion, Meghna Kumar. I mean, my gosh, freshman, sophomore, junior. She just keeps doing an incredible job. And then our boys golf team, where they were regional champs and competed at state. So just every time I come, every time we do the regular board meetings and I have the opportunity to celebrate kids, we're celebrating a lot of kids in a lot of ways. And so it's always fun to do that. Additionally, construction news, I know we heard an update right now on Jane Russman, but we are planning our groundbreaking for the stadium in ISD. That's part of Bond 22. We will be having that June 5th at 10 a.m. And then groundbreaking for the middle school over on 407 is June 20th at 10 a.m. So we're looking forward to having both of those projects with groundbreaking opportunities. And then y'all talked about moving our teachers in, and we'll be working on a dedication ceremony for JRE coming in August, September. We're working on those dates. Something that has transpired this week, we were notified by the town of Flower Mound. So I mentioned before this property right behind us, the 263.6 acres to be exact, Law Estancia update. It has passed P&Z. Council heard it this last week, and they have changed the land use from campus industrial and commercial industrial to high density, single family detached, high density, and retail. So here they come, and kids don't come with schools in their backpacks. So the proposed lots are a maximum of 713 single family detached lots, 477 single family attached lots, and 300 multifamily units, as well as a retail lot. The smart growth has passed and the traffic analysis has passed. So it is cruising along quite rapidly. And then we also have been meeting with First Ranch. The 1,200 homes in the ETJ portion is coming, and those phases are beginning in June. So the failure of the PID did not impact the ETJ portion of First Ranch. So we have that on our radar as well. Excited to announce the adaptive swings for our elementary campuses. I know that's very important to some of our parents and students, and especially our staff over there. They're arriving this summer, and we should have those installed before the first day of school. And that is very important for our special needs students, and we're excited to provide those for them at our elementary campuses. From a community engagement standpoint, we have revamped our legislative advocacy website, Take Action Argyle. So it actually launched today. I know some people were, there it is. Oh, it came up. That's excellent. So it has some new features where you actually put in your address and it's going to go directly to your legislature now, your specific one. You can also click on the phone link up there at the top, and you can actually start a call directly to their office based on your address, and it has a script at the bottom. So here's some information that is relevant right now, and we can begin sending and we can begin calling. I know that I've talked to a couple of our legislators. They're still pressing for a summer special session. We know next Tuesday, I believe, is the runoff election, so we're still hopeful that we could potentially get a special session specifically to address teacher raises, but that's no guarantee. So we're not going to stop those efforts. We're going to get through the summer, and then we will be gearing up for fall legislative advocacy, so the 89th budget, we're prepared for the 89th legislature next January. So we'll be sharing that in my newsletter that goes out tomorrow, but I wanted to show that. And we're still dripping.
Yeah.
We come this way a little bit.
We're dripping over here.
Okay,
too.
good.
And I talked with Dr. Stuckey today.
Okay.
And he said if reelected, obviously that was his push for pub ed. So, hopefully being able to get a special session in September.
Excellent.
To move things forward. So.
We've been very blessed with community engagement this year. We are always in need of supportive community members looking to serve in various roles. And so this summer, working with Rick and the communications team, we're going to be working on an application process where people in our community can apply for different roles, and our district administration will select people to serve in different capacities because we always have those roles available. So we'll be watching for that. And then we'll be starting, our graduated Eagle Ambassador group, we're going to be engaging them on legislative advocacy. And then also in August, we'll be ready to start our new Eagle Ambassador group. But with such a high demand that we had this last year, we're going to work this summer to revamp that process a little bit because we had to turn away so many names just based on interest with that. So we'll be working on that this summer and launching information on that in August. And finally, this Friday, on this portion, we are having our staff end of year recognition where we will announce our final elementary and secondary teacher of the year. And so watch for big news on social media on Friday, and we will get to celebrate with our entire staff and announce those teachers of the year. That's all I have for the superintendent report. However, I still have the mic, so I'm going to keep it for a minute.
Okay.
Hope that's okay with you, sir.
You're the boss.
I would like to take this opportunity. I'm going to read a statement, and this is a statement that I've prepared by myself. It's my words, it's my thoughts. Prepared it prior to this evening, and I'm going to read it directly so I don't miss any points. I'm keenly aware that this is live streamed and being recorded and has the potential to be sliced, diced, and used in a multitude of ways. No one on this dais or in my administrative team knew I was going to take a few more minutes of your time tonight. No one has seen this. They have no idea what I'm about to say. But after last night's graduation ceremony, seeing the goal and culmination of our why, shaking the hands of every graduate, listening to the memories and experiences in their speeches, I could not let another day pass without taking the opportunity as the leader of this school district to express my thoughts and perspectives that have been heavy on my heart, heavy on my mind for the past few months, and especially the past few weeks. All of you here tonight and those listening online are aware of the role social media plays in our world society. Some of you are keenly aware of the role social media plays in our own community. We know and understand and appreciate the fact that we as Americans have First Amendment rights. No one denies that this is a privilege of being an American. However, with those privileges and rights come responsibilities. As your district leadership team, we have the responsibility of providing a safe and secure learning environment for all students and staff, ensuring our students and staff are heard and protected and can learn in a welcoming environment. We have the responsibility to provide high quality and rigorous curriculum and instruction for students and provide individualized educational plans for every student with learning differences. We have the responsibility to be fiscally responsible in budgeting with district finances and plan adequately for inevitable future student growth in an economy that can fluctuate, leaving us operating in the world of 2024 with 2019 funding formulas. Our budget bottom line doesn't change based on how we configure campuses. It is our responsibility to determine how we utilize our budget that is adopted by the board. We have the responsibility to provide our students and our teachers with every resource necessary, including expensive technology, to access the curriculum and learning resources. Another example of an underfunded mandate. We have the responsibility to create and support opportunities for students to participate in advanced academics, career and technology education, extracurricular and co-curricular activities, just to name a few. We have the responsibility to recruit and retain the adequately compensate highly qualified staff that are passionate about teaching, building relationships, and expected to know your children by name. We have the responsibility to engage our community in ways that develop partnerships and ambassadors that can mobilize and unify their efforts to enhance student learning, strengthen the sense of community in our schools and districts, help tell our story, and advocate with state leaders. If we are not telling our own story, others will. These responsibilities are nowhere near an exhaustive list, but it covers many of our departmental areas. This administrative team, Board of Trustees, and our campus leaders at every campus carry the weight of these responsibilities and many more, taking great pride in their work and commitment to Argyle ISD, preserving the expectations of excellence and accountability in this community. Not a day goes by these days that a staff member is coming to me regarding social media posts. Unnecessary stress added to their plates because they feel a deep desire and need to address inaccuracies, out of context topics, or complete misrepresentation of district information. As professionals, we will not engage online outside of our district-owned account posts. We will answer questions asked of us to the best of our ability and collaborate with those that are willing to do so. Many of the things posted online are in public forums where anyone can see the behaviors and actions, including our own students and even personal family members of our staff and our board. Our staff members and board are tired and at times feel defeated. I am responsible for picking them up, and together we make a path forward. As a district administration and as a board of trustees, we have been portrayed as unwilling to collaborate or converse with parents and community. That couldn't be farther from the truth. We have met with several community members and parents that have turned around and used pieces of our very conversations to speak as a voice of the district, whether intended or unintended, leading to out-of-context messaging that then spirals into misinformation. Threads upon threads of social media posts have been shared with me, some of which I can say are people we've met with, and some we have offered and been told no. Is this because anonymity is more important than going to the district for collaboration and facts? I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is that we haven't turned anyone down for a meeting. We can't always give people the answers they want, and when that is the case, narratives are created. Additionally, things are posted on social media channels using our district logo, out of context, without reaching out to the district for facts or asking for the why behind a recommendation or decision. And this is upsetting and demoralizing to our staff who have worked hard to research and do the work to provide recommendations to this board. It also creates an optic that these pages are somehow tied to the district. I've already talked about our responsibilities to the staff, students, parents, and community members of this district. I even shared this in a meeting in October and January with a couple of parents and community members. I can either utilize our district time, administrative talents, and resources to mediate and react to past events that I've inherited, or I can work with our district and campus administration and the Board of Trustees to have this district prepared for growth and ensure that we are providing the best possible experiences, opportunities, and education for our students. But we cannot do that if we are reacting to social media, draining our resources, and only focusing on the 10% of the iceberg that's on top of the water. Beneath the water lies our foundation of excellence, culture of family atmosphere, school pride, small town atmosphere, and preserving all of that with our future growth in this district deserves our focus and attention. I'm certain everyone can understand that analogy. We're working on a way to engage our community members that have non-school age children, graduated students, or are not in our email distribution system for whatever reason, with my monthly newsletters and business of the district. It is imperative that they receive district news from us and not have to rely on social media for their district news. If you know of someone that needs to be on our email or newsletter distribution list, please email our communications department. We would love to connect with all community members. We will be working this summer on a method by which we will make open records and public information requests public. This ensures that everyone has access to the request and responsive documents that are not protected by FERPA. Regarding my abilities to lead with this strategic growth plan, some of you may not know my professional pathway. I've had experience in a fast growth community that transitioned to 2 high schools, a 4A and a 5A. I have had experience in a no-growth community that has a 9, 10, and 11, 12 campus with 2,800 high school students. And I have had experience in a community with a landlocked mega high school serving nearly 7,000 students in one high school with 1 million square feet. I have worn the hat as a parent, educator, and community member. I have had staff and community members engage in conversations with me over these experiences and ask me about my experiences and my own children's experiences. This is pretty unique perspective and experience, and one that this board expects me to draw from in order to lead us into the future in this district. I cannot express how important it is to me and fundamental to my beliefs about education that it is for students to be plugged in and involved in a school group or activity. Likewise, how important it is for students to have strong relationships with staff and for students to be known by name, not only in their classrooms, but also in the hallways and around town. I once worked for a middle school principal that knew every student's name in the school, and he expected us as his teachers to do the same. We studied the yearbook over and over. He set the bar and lived out the motto, you belong here. I believe this is exactly what we are trying to preserve in Argyle ISD with our strategic planning. Last summer, during my interview process, it was made abundantly clear to me from this Board of Trustees that transparency and Team of 8 were incredibly important moving forward. I took that expectation seriously and we have implemented several strategies in my first year that have addressed those very expectations, recording all board meetings, providing board written briefs, just to name a few. I thank you for taking time to allow me to express my thoughts and perspectives. I know we have business of the board to take care of tonight, but I need our staff, students, families, and community to hear from me that we as a district have the expertise, experience, passion, and work ethic to lead this school district and continue elevating the culture of excellence and expectations as we prepare for growth and student opportunities. We do not spend our time behind the curtain criticizing others on how to do their jobs or judging the decisions others make in their roles and professions, casting doubt and distrust. I'm sharing all of this tonight and pleading with everyone to let our team do the jobs we were hired to do. We will face every challenge with honesty, integrity, and accountability, and if we need to make adjustments and problem solve differently, we absolutely will. But I have a great deal of faith and confidence in the decades of experience in this leadership team, leading our departments and our campuses. We appreciate those that collaborate with us and those that share ideas with us. We are partners with you in this educational journey, but we need to be allowed to lead this district for continued success as educational professionals. In closing, our board believes in me and our administrative leadership team, and our team believes in our board. That is the recipe for success, and while I know the road will not be easy or come without challenges, I'm excited about the direction of our future for our students, staff, and families, and I'm proud to be in Argyle ISD. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter.
What, if I can I
Appreciate the message.
Am I allowed to?
I mean, it's not discussion.
Okay.
We can respond to my
You
report,
can
I guess.
respond to her report.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership on that issue, and I think that many people would needed to hear that, wanted to hear that, and it just instills confidence in me that you were the right person to lead this district through this next phase that we're going in. I mean, in my experience here in 10 years, you know, I have realized that we have something in this community that not every community has, and that is a great, wonderful school district. Mm-hmm. And we should really protect it, promote it, and preserve it instead of consistently attacking it and sowing seeds of division and distrust. And so I just appreciate those words and that leadership, and certainly want to join you in whatever I can do personally to help you lead this district in that direction where we celebrate the great things that happen in Argyle ISD and not talk about each other, but talk to each other. Some people may think that my inbox is full of people emailing me with criticisms and complaints, and they're getting ignored. They may be surprised to find out I get no emails. I get a few, positive ones, but I don't get anybody. And I think some gentleman emailed me with some plan or some idea, and we met at Kimsey's on Friday for 2 hours. And I appreciated that opportunity to do it, and I wish more people would take advantage of that and ask us questions to get it from the first-hand source of why we made the decisions or didn't make certain decisions. I've made decisions in the 2 years I've been here that I regret or go, I wish I had that one back. I'm not saying we're perfect, but the decisions we make aren't based on race and aren't based on wealth and those types of things that people like to promote on social media. So anything I can do to join you and support you as you lead us in this next phase, you count me in.
Thank you.
On the board or off the board.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter, for your comments. And thank you for your leadership. So, again, that being off the cuff for us.
Yeah, sorry, no warning.
So, but again, echo your sentiments and truly appreciate your leadership and your value in Team of 8, an administrative team, our staff, our kids, community. And so, and again, optimistic about the direction of where we're going to continue to go as a district. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I just think we all feel the same, so we can all repeat it
Thank
or
you.
just say we feel the same.
Yeah, it's good. We
Why
can
don't you
move on.
say I feel the same?
We can
Don't
move
speak-
on.
Don't
No, I'm
speak for the
speaking for
board.
them. I'm speaking for them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, who's following that up?
I'm happy to.
It's not
Regional
Liz.
11
Liz is going to the
contracts.
Liz going to the
She's going to the
bathroom or going
or
to
she going
speak?
to speak?
Good evening. This is an information only, for you to look through and bring back any questions. This is our Region 11 contracts that we have every year with them. They provide certain services for the districts within the region, and we can choose which contracts we want to participate in. These are the same contracts that we've entered in with them for the last several years. We look through each and every one of them to make sure, is there a way we can reduce or do anything differently? And we feel like all of these were contracts that were needed for our staff and our students. They are more expensive this year than they were last year, as they have been every year. Most of them are based on the number of students in the district, or the number of staff in the districts, or the number of campuses. And so they increase not only with inflation, but with those factors as well. So this year's total contracts are about $19,000 more than they were last year. And I believe the total's on that last page. There you go. $152,000 at the top of it. There you go. $152,000 and some change there for these contracts.
A good portion of this, obviously, is part of our instruction. If you'll keep
Scroll
scrolling.
up, please.
Yeah, a little bit right there.
Thank you.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
instructional solution support, that's, if you have any questions about that, Dr. Jordan can help, but that's all of our PD that we utilize through the service center. They also have our Eduphoria, which houses teacher evaluation, principal evaluations, test bank, a good portion of this is definitely curriculum and instruction.
There's also
PD
our
for
financial.
those at home, professional development.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
There's our financial software on here. There's also contracts that help support our required reporting to the state for PEMS, where you see the Ascender, that is financial. I believe there's some library software on here that helps with library books and keep the check-in and check-out system. The benefits cooperative is on here. It's not a fee on there, though. And I believe Ascender's listed on there a couple of different times. There's also like text tracks down at the bottom. That's another one that has to do with the software that we utilize. But quite a bit, as she stated, was in the curriculum instruction area. But these are standard that we have every single year. All right.
It's just increased cost of education with no increased funding.
And within
That is
each of,
correct.
within each of those line items, you can't a la carte. So, for example, the instructional solution support, it's either all or nothing. Well, we need a good portion of it. We may not need everything, but you can't a la carte those.
And you said these are based on enrollment?
Some are. Some of the costs are based on the number of campuses that whatever contract would serve. Some are based on the size of your district, so the enrollment of students, and some of them are based on the staff utilization of it. So, depending on the contract, most of the prices are based on one of those factors.
So chances are they will continue to increase.
That is correct.
And obviously, this is something you've built into next year's budget.
That's correct. We built in the cost increase on these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are you doing the budget
You're next.
amendment?
Yes, let me just stay here.
Not so
I don't know, does
fast.
anybody else want to take that one? Okay.
I don't think you have any takers.
I don't think so. All right, as I've mentioned all throughout the year, that we would come back with the budget amendment, and a large part of it would be based on it's ADA, but it's basically our enrollment, right? The attendance off of the enrollment. And so this budget amendment, it does combine a few things. The biggest on the revenue side are the tax collections being decreased. These are changes from the second legislative session and then the constitutional amendments that were voted in November. A lot of it has to do with moving from the 25,000 to the 40,000 exemption that was done several years ago, but now with the new law, that was actually made available to the over 65 frozen homesteads. So there's quite a bit of past taxes there that are changing. And then still some of it in figuring going from the 40,000 to the 100,000. And so we are decreasing our property tax collection estimates there. And normally, if that's all we were doing, a lot of times you would see a dollar for dollar there with the state funding, but I've also combined our lower ADA in here as well, so you're not seeing a dollar for dollar. There's some interest income. Of course, interest rates are still higher than they were.
But
and
this
have
is
been.
where legislators took money away from schools.
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
there's supposed to be a hold harmless in here.
Yeah.
And I can tell you the problem with the funding formula and the way it is set up on the M&O side, on that hold harmless, you don't actually see a line item that pulls a dollar for dollar in there, hold harmless. It's built into the formula in different places, so it makes it harder to calculate and figure. But I can tell you that if this were just looking at that, it would be closer to a dollar for dollar change on that. But this does have some other revenue combined in it. And there was a big decrease in our ADA from what we budgeted to where we're at now. If we look at our current enrollment, right now is 5506. We budgeted on it being 5520 in October, and typically we know we grow throughout the year. Well, we got just a little short of that by the end of the year, so we don't get credit for all those students all year. It's only when they get here, and then it's also only on their attendance. So our budget was for 5,298 ADA. Right now, as of the end of the 5th 6 week, which is the latest update that I have, is 5,140. So it's about 158 ADA lower than what we budgeted, and that's a very significant difference and a huge budget impact. What I can tell you, when we look at this overall amendment, we're not realizing the full impact of that alone. There's other changes that we're able to take to minimize that impact. Part of that is some smaller revenue that was up there. Like I mentioned, the interest income, some rental income that we're talking about increasing. And one thing I do want to mention that's decreasing also is our SHARS estimate. So there was a change made by an interpretation at the federal level of what was being claimed through Texas school districts, and made some of that ineligible. And for us, I know it's a small line item, but it's about 50% of our revenue on that line item that will be decreasing. We've appealed just like many other school districts, but that is not even in the hands of the state. That's in the hands of the federal government, and more than likely won't get overturned. So that's the revenue side. If we look at the expenditure side, there's quite a few changes here. So in Function 11, there were some band instruments. If y'all remember, we discussed that earlier in the year. There was some money in there for band instruments that we are not spending. But then there's also some payroll. I've done some end-of-year estimates on payroll. We'll still have to do some others when we get into our new staff in August that we'll have to come back for another budget amendment at that point in time. But right now, we're taking about $140,000 decrease in instruction. Function 12, which is media, that's your library services. You skip down to health service, which is 33, and then security 52, and data processing 53. All those are some increases for those. Those all have to do with some projections of end-of-year payroll and making sure that we have enough in there to cover the rest of the year. But if you go to one of the biggest decrease here is in instructional leadership. If you'll remember, we budgeted for some FTEs that going into this year that we have not added, and that's a decrease in that one for $240,000. The other decrease of $80,000 at Function 31 for guidance and counseling, again, is a payroll estimate for year end. We feel like we can come down there. There was some change in where we were able to code some with some different funding sources that helps out on the general fund. Co-curricular activities, that's a decrease as well as payroll end of year estimates. And then maintenance and operations, that's mainly utilities. We're far enough along in the year that we're able to do a better estimate on utilities and bring that down. We still have our hot months to go, but we tried to leave enough in there to project that out and not come back with another increase on that. So all of that totaled together, it increases our budget deficit by $154,500. And I will tell you, earlier in the year, I would have told you it was a lot more than that, looking at just the ADA by itself. So We will have more savings in our functions as we close out the year. There's been a lot of teamwork and a lot of effort in our departments and our campuses as far as really looking at what they had remaining throughout the year and really going ahead and putting some reductions on what they had this year while they were working through the budget process for next year, because everybody knows that we were trying to work through that budget reductions for next year. And so I just want to say thank you to all of those that have really come together and tried to look at what they have and what they really, really have to have versus what they wanted to have, and have put some efforts into saving some money this year as well for our budget deficit. And we'll be able to see those more in our August budget amendment. So this is just information only, and won't be asked for action until next month.
So none of this is included in anything that we've looked at yet in any of our budget workshops, right?
No, this is just for this year.
Okay. Gotcha, okay.
Current year budget.
Current year budget.
Yeah.
And so on the current property taxes, you were estimating $35,465,000 in property tax?
Yes.
And this amendment would reduce that by 1.5 million?
That's correct.
And the reason you have that in there is because of the recent legislative changes that we've all personally benefited from in
Yes.
terms of raising the homestead exemptions. I think and then we paid less in property taxes. I think I saw it on my property tax statement that because of that bill that they passed, I get, some reduction in what I owe.
That's
But
correct.
the reality of that is, and it's great, and I was like, yeah, that's great. But the reality of it is it just kind of robbed it from the school district.
Our school funding is based on the number of students that come in, the characteristics of those students, and it does have to do with our taxable assessed value. However, it comes up on an amount per student, and regardless of whether we collect that in taxes or receive it from the state, our amount per student doesn't change. So yes, you're correct. If a homeowner is paying more in taxes, if their value goes up and they pay more in taxes on the M&O side for the school district, the thought is, hey, I'm paying more. Why can the school district not make it? Everybody's paying more. All of our values have gone up. And the state funding law in the state of Texas is based on per student funding. So if local taxpayers pay more, the state gives us less. So we don't necessarily get to see any benefit from paying more on the M&O side, other than additional pennies on the tax rate, which would be from a Vader or something like that, which we discussed in our budget
That's the
workshops.
surplus, right, that they won't give back to us.
Yeah.
Right, so we're getting hit twice, is what your
Well, I
point.
think what I'm saying is that, and I'll say it again because I want to say it every time it comes up, is the reason the state was able to give me and everybody in Argyle ISD a property tax reduction of $18 billion is because they're not paying their public education bill.
Right. They have not.
If they were paying the public education bill, they couldn't have given us all the reduction. And so people just need to realize that.
They chose voters on property taxes versus pub ed voters.
Yeah. And so they celebrate we have a surplus, but that's largely due to the fact that they're underfunding their constitutional obligation, which says we have a duty to support a free public education system.
That is correct. They have over $30 billion surplus this year alone.
And they partially are doing that. And, people just, I'll keep saying it, just hopefully someone new hears it.
I hope so. We're hopeful, as Dr. Carpenter said, that maybe there's another special session, but we cannot move forward on that hope. That's why all of our budget workshops have been happening. But yes, the reality is the tax breaks that the local homeowners receive, that is supposed to be made up in state funding, but it never goes over the amount per student the state funding formula says that we can have. If a local homeowner pays more under the M&O side, that does not mean that the district gets to keep more. It just means that your state funding could go down.
Will go down.
It will go down, yes.
Yeah.
Based on the number of students you have and how often they show up. Don't forget that part. It's not on enrollment, but on attendance.
Right.
So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Take a wild guess and say Jeff.
Yes.
Liz didn't want to stay.
Yeah, for information tonight, this is our materials testing and inspection services. This would be for the stadium and indoor activity center projects. So we reached out to Alpha Engineering, who did the geotechnical investigation on the site for us. And they put together a budget for that testing, $248,694. And that would cover things like testing the concrete strength, testing the compaction on our backfill. They do inspections on fireproofing and masonry as we construct that. And this is all code required inspections, so we cannot opt out of this. And typically we come in under these budgets because they're basing this on how many trips they think they're going to need to make to do those tests, or how many sets of concrete cylinders they'll make. And that's all based on looking at the documents and the project schedules.
Pretty standard operating procedure for any construction project.
It is, yes. It's code required on all commercial construction at different levels, of course, but.
So Jeff, it says that quote was requested from, well, did we get quotes from everybody?
No,
Just
this,
one, we just got.
just one. This falls under the professional services. So we've got 4 firms that we have already approved as being able, but we cannot go out and request a quote from all 4 of them since it's professional services.
Yep, correct, sorry.
So we try to match the project with the one we think is the best fit, and then we start with them.
Yep, okay.
And this was included originally in the original cost.
This is always included in part of the soft costs when we put together the budgets for the projects,
So
yes.
we're just approving the well, not tonight, but approving,
Right.
being asked to approve the expenditure.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
One more information. Nope, got 2 more.
Yes, I have 2 items for information only. The first one is our supplemental pay schedule that we have been bringing to you usually in July, but we're moving it up this year so that you have it for information only, and then hopefully action the next month. This schedule, we update this and it's kept on our the HR side of our website, and it includes stipends for UIL activities, coaching, summer school. There's an array of different stipends that go out to staff during a school year. We made a few significant changes that I wanted to note. The biggest one was the addition of a stipend for some of our self-contained special education teachers. That's a tough job, and I know some of you have seen some of these classrooms. It's a really difficult position, and other districts are doing the same thing. They usually offer a stipend, and then the average, it really varies anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000. And so you'll see that there is an additional stipend for a self-contained XE class of $1,000. Those are the little bitty kids. And then our self-contained life skills classes and base behavior classrooms is $2,000. The total impact of that, based on current staff that we have, that total is about $24,000. I also included some of the other stipends that are paid that have gone away due to some shifting of responsibilities. And one of those is the DAP administrator. We are currently paying $12,000 per year. That's going to go down to $5,000 per year, and we have a plan for that. But then I just put the plus and minuses out to the side so that you can kind of see where the differences are. And so it's hard to give you an actual cost for this because a lot of this is based on people that drive, how many UIL events that you attend. So I did include what was budgeted for the current school year, which was $1,041,000, and of course that will slightly increase next year once we finalize who all is receiving these stipends.
And Mr. Daniel, with the additional stipends that being added for next year. Is part of that for attraction and retention?
And retention,
of these,
both.
of these positions?
Yes.
And we've had people ask
They're
recently
hard to
that are
fill.
applying for these positions if there was a stipend. And I'm talking specifically about the special education classes.
And so with districts that are similar to ours, with not only a rapid growth district, but a rapid growth in special education programs, are we seeing that these stipends are similar, medium?
They're all over the place, and they're hard to identify sometimes because many times you should be able to go to somebody's website and look it up, but that's not always the case. We can run data through TASB, but the only data that you get through TASB is what the district actually submits. And submitting this, by the way, is not an easy thing to do. I didn't submit our data this year for this because it's very, very time consuming to do that.
What you'll find on those higher end are districts that have more federal funding.
Okay.
And an ultra, what did you describe it as? Ultra fast growth
Yes.
district.
Hypersonic.
They're paying $3,000 to $5,000.
Okay.
Courtney, from the boardwalks and spending time in the life skill classes and stuff like that, I remember us talking about adding this as a part of our compensation and saying, hey, you know, and I'm glad you brought attention to this, that's something we could do for those teachers and the aides that are in those classrooms. I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, we every time we would go on one of those walks, we'd come back and talk as a cabinet, and Mr. Daniel and Dr. Jordan, they recognized it as well, Dr. Ruggles, and so we were able to say, let's make this happen, because those teachers it is a high demand job, it is hard to fill job, and we want to make sure that they want to stay here. So.
Okay. On to the next one.
Next information only item is a compensation plan. During the board workshops this past spring, we've talked about compensation plans and kind of what other districts were doing, kind of what we were thinking. We've been working with TASB, and we're still waiting to get back their models based on a 1%, 2%, and a 3% increase. But we also know the funding is not there, so we brought some different options for you today for information and then to consider in June. Due to a 9 to 10% insurance rate increase, and really to retain and attract staff, and of course this has been said over and over, a lack of funding from public ed. We're normally not coming up with options like this. We normally bring you a presentation of 1, 2, or 3%, and then we pay it. But that's not the case right now. Other area districts that we've been kind of watching have found creative ways to pay for staff increases, and that's either through a VADR or fund balance, and those are the two main ways. So we have 3 options that we are putting before you to consider and think about. The first is a voter-approved tax ratification election in November to increase the M&O, to fund an increase for our teachers and staff. That's option 1, a VADR. Option 2 is to use fund balance. If you use fund balance, then you have to consider what's left in fund balance, and Liz knows more about that as far as being able to pay your bills for a certain amount of time and meeting a minimum of 25. Yep. And then the third option, this is the option that we're usually basing our increases on, our compensation plans, is funding increases from the state. So we'll still wait for that. But we don't want to wait too long, because we want to say something to our staff, what's going to happen with compensation next school year. So in June, you'll be presented with 3 options. The first is a compensation plan with no additional funds for staff raises, and it would require a decrease in our first year teachers. So in other words, our current first year teachers right now, they're making $59,500. If there's no increase, they'll make the same amount next year. But any new hires that are brand new, we would have to go back a little bit for them. The step 0 would change. Does that make sense?
Doesn't sound attractive.
No. So that's one of the options. The other will be a % of midpoint increases, and this is the option that we're usually presenting to you each year. And we'll have those numbers. We have a kind of an estimate, but we'll have actual numbers from TASB probably within the next week. And then the other option is a one-time payment that you can provide to staff. The one-time payment doesn't hold you, it doesn't continue on for the next school year. So it's just one time, and it doesn't increase over the years to come.
And
So that would be the third option.
Have we factored in how that is applicable to TRS?
It
or-
is, as long as it's adopted before the first of school year.
Yep.
It is eligible.
And then can you pull up the 2 slides? And then I just pulled up some comparisons to give you an idea of where we're at in regard to teacher salaries in local districts. And this is current. This is 23-24. This doesn't include any raises that have occurred in other districts.
Yeah, some of these are shocking. Funding for educators in general is shocking, but some of these districts are shocking. But I'm wondering when we do a TASB salary survey, looking at being competitive, looking at retention, it appears here that we're looking to be more competitive towards teachers who have taught 0 to 5 years versus teachers who have taught longer, 10 to 15 years.
Right. When we do our TASB study, we provide them with local districts to compare ourselves to, so that we're trying to stay competitive with the list that we provide. And I don't remember who. It's typically Carroll, Northwest, Louisville, Denton. It's bigger. Right now it's bigger districts than we are.
So what Sam is, or maybe I'm asking.
No, go
is
right
it,
ahead.
Is it a concerted effort and a plan to be less competitive on the 10+ year teachers?
No, it's not. No.
I mean, it's interesting too. Like if you look at Coppell, Louisville, even Carroll down at 9, it's like they made a plan and said, "Hey, we're going to be number 1 in the area, whatever that requires. That's what we're going to do." Now that could be a result of they don't have a choice but to pay them the best to come deal with it. But in Carroll, the Carroll one shocks me. So definitely think we have to.
Yeah, and then later this evening, you'll get a list of a spreadsheet of new hires. You can get an idea of where some of the new teachers are coming from, and we're pulling from a lot of those districts that you see. Louisville, Northwest, Keller.
I guess looking at our percentage of educators who have been in the field 10 years and plus, how do they get moved up to be around the 4 or 5 range? Like, what's the budget impact on that with the percentage of educators that we have?
So what we would have to do, so for year 10, this is for a brand new teacher that comes in, the year 0 is. I mean, we do have a breakdown of that. I believe that we get something from the TAPER report. I don't know if it breaks it down quite like that, but I mean, we can look to see what that is if we are wanting to try to be more competitive in the year 10s and 15s. And you'll see from the spreadsheet that there's people coming with quite a bit of experience, and sometimes they're taking a pay cut to come.
Well, I mean, you want to be competitive.
Right.
And we are competitive. We're not the highest. We'll probably never be the highest.
Well, the delta between the highest and the lowest, Josh, is nothing.
Yeah.
But
unless you're funded by the state.
I'm just saying we're a lot closer to the highest than we are the lowest. So I mean, I'm just saying it. I mean, it seems like we've done a pretty good job of being competitive, and that's what you want to do. And you would evaluate this, I think, on are teachers staying? 1, or is our retention rate still good? And everything I've been told is it's very good. So that means our pay is competitive. And 2, when we have an open position, are we getting a large applicant pool?
And we still are.
And we still are.
There's some areas, like life skills is difficult.
Yeah.
ASL, sign language, very, very difficult. So there are some positions, but for the most part, 3rd grade teaching position.
Student teacher.
You're right down in, so that that's where you want to be. And if you're good retention and good applicants, we're doing the right things.
So I mean, to me, it's a trade-off, right? Those more senior teachers, at least at this point, are making a decision to go to a district that's well known, all the things we've been talking about all night, right? To me, it looks like they're making a conscious decision to make less money, but for being in a district that is, you know, more well perceived, I guess.
You got more parental support and involvement.
But that's not always good.
You know what I don't know, I'm thinking about these charts, is that, let's say year 10, these are new hire charts, so if you're coming to Argyle as a 10-year teacher, that's what you're making, $63.75.
This is not somebody who's been here 10 years.
If you've been here 10 years, I doubt you're making that, because you're getting a % increase every year.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah.
Can you go to the next one, please? And then finally, is just, we're gonna be bring to you, when we're looking at compensation plans, an increase with bus driver pay. You can see where we're at right now. And we are really struggling to find bus drivers because of this.
Yeah, if you look at it, I mean, Ponder compensates their educators the lowest out of any of those districts you've shown, but we compensate our bus drivers less than Ponder.
Right.
So, and they're, I would assume, a much smaller footprint, or obviously less routes.
Right. But I can tell you too, we've given, in the last 5-6 years that I've been sitting here, we've given bus drivers raises all along. We don't have a choice. It's
right.
Find that group, and I wouldn't have a bus. Those guys are.
Yeah, and what sometimes happens with some districts is they'll adjust mid-year, which we try to avoid that, but it happens. It's happened at least twice this year with 2 different districts, right?
Yes, two of them that border us, and they've impacted our hiring ability.
Right.
In the middle of the year.
Well, and the districts have been training bus drivers all year, like hiring, having to get people trained.
Then a neighboring district raises are great,
And they
$1 an hour.
We've talked about that.
And we trained them, yeah.
Yep. Sorry, this was just information only. Do you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So the contracted districts, we just can't get their information.
Coppell uses Durham, I believe, and Louisville and Keller uses a different company. We couldn't get, it's not posted anywhere, and you have to contact them.
Or ask for their
And
contract.
we couldn't, and we even had Morgan Grifford call, and she said, I'm a bus driver, I'm trying to figure out what my starting pay would be. Nothing.
Nice strategy. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Can I ask Liz a question?
Yes.
So Liz on this is being information only, so to say you're conservative and risk aversive that's an understatement, right? Like you're extremely fiscally responsible with our budget and projecting. Looking at this compensation plan, obviously, we want to be able to be competitive. We want to be able to retain. We want to be able to hire the best talent. We want people to be able to have a wage that they can live on, right? I guess looking at this, knowing what our fund balance is, like we're really just trying to not, I guess, deplete the fund balance too much in a situation like this in hopes that our legislators come back and do something.
That's correct. So
Because you can't undo a raise.
you cannot undo a raise, which is one of the reasons that we started talking about possibly a one-time. You know, that's not as attractive to staff because it's only a one-time. You'd have to go back and decide to do it again the next year to make it continuing. But that's why we've also been talking to you about the Vader as a possibility, because that would be a way that we could fund this. And you're right, but I think everybody here in all of our administration talks, we've talked about the retention of our staff and the ability to attract and retain them, and pay is high up there on the list. And you know, when districts around us, when we first started talking about it, districts around us were all, you know, nobody's gonna be able to afford to do anything next year, okay? Well, we're the same as everybody else, and now it's down to most of them are. And we still need to be attractive and be able to retain.
And we get our newsletter every day from TASA, and I pulled 4 articles just on today's version of it, of boards that took action Monday night for compensation. Highland Park being one that's gonna do 2% now, and then they're bonding in the fall Vadoring, whatever. I'm not sure exactly what their process is.
Not
to
bonding.
Yeah,
You
don't
can't-
Well,
you
say that.
can't
but,
pay
but that's
educators
what
with
they have
bonds.
in their article. But it says they're not going to do a Vader, so I'm not quite sure how they're doing that. But a 2% more later.
It's confusing it even
So
more.
I know, but I just read the article to make sure I was not misreading it. So
So
because
we-
they've already done a Vader.
So we roughly have half district employees that utilize the district's insurance, and insurance is going up by 9 to 10%. Would a one-time compensation even cover that 9 to 10% increase in healthcare costs?
Depending on how much the one-time payment is, and depends on what plan they're on, potentially no. Potentially could, though. It depends on, are we talking a $500 one-time payment, or are we talking a $1,000 one-time payment? What's the amount of that? I still think that there's a feeling we might need to address the amount that we contribute to insurance. When we looked at those comparisons, we are low. And that's not attractive either.
Right.
A lot of times they don't know that till they get into the district, but they look more at the pay, I believe, than the insurance up front.
Right.
But that's still important, and I believe used to, and Dr., almost gave me the doctor title there, sorry. Mr. Daniel.
ABD.
He's getting
ABD.
close. He's so close, y'all.
Mr. Daniel can tell you more, but I believe that we used to have less percentage of employees take insurance.
We have more now.
And, and more now, so, when you only had a quarter of your staff taking that insurance, we were like, well, let's put it to everybody's raise, right? But now that we're up to half, and we are so far below everybody else in that insurance, we may really need to consider that part of the plan this year, of doing part of the compensation.
And I think we should repeat, because sometimes we think, well, we've already said it, so we're not gonna say it again, and then they say we don't communicate. So I wanna repeat it. We haven't passed a Vader since 2012.
That's correct.
We haven't asked. That's a good thing. You've been able to run this school district off the existing tax rate since 2012. And one of the reasons, well, the reason that we're considering something like this today is because the state hasn't provided any additional funding for public ed. If they had used some of their surplus to fund public ed, we wouldn't be talking about it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So the other thing you hear oftentimes when you are begging and pleading with your local legislators to call a special session and to pass a public education funding bill is they ask you, have you used all your pennies? Have you gone out for the Vader and asked your local taxpayers to authorize you to use all those pennies, those Vaders, to fund your local school district? And our answer is no. In fact, we got 7 pennies out there that we haven't used. And so they kind of, sometimes our pleas for more funding falls on deaf ears with our representatives, because they say you haven't asked your local taxpayer to fully fund the local school district.
That's correct.
Right.
That is
So once again, they're putting it back on us.
And
to fund the
so
school
our
district.
state legislatures are celebrating property tax cuts,
Right.
because that gets them votes, and they'll run on, hey, I passed an $18 billion tax cut, but they're whispering to us, hey, you need to go get those pennies and ask for a Vader. So here we are 12 years later with no additional funding since 2019, staring at having to ask for a Vader and asking our local community to potentially, hey, step up and support this great school district. It's time.
I think you have to also clarify, sorry, you said that we hadn't done a Vader since 2012, and that, you've run the district at the same tax rate. That's not even true, because it's been compressed. So it's actually been going down.
There you go. Yeah.
And we've still been running it, or she's been running it. The financial part.
The M&O tax rate has been compressed every year by state law.
Yeah.
And
So
that is
again,
what state law
they're
is.
compressing the law, trying to get us to raise it, and then they don't want to give us any of the money to have surplus.
So for the record, People's Newspapers has taken their article down about Highland Park because it's probably not accurate. I just went back to it and it's a 503 error. I'm like,
But to speak to that, like there was talk during, there's talk every bond election season about like we need to fund educators, and we know that legally you can't fund educators through a bond, but the Vader is that form of that, to where we could utilize those pennies and actually fund our educators. So there's the opportunity for the community, and what so many people spoke about, like, we want to vote for funding educators. Well, that's the opportunity, is through a Vader to be able to fund educators in that way.
That is correct, because a vote on the bond is for the INS side and has nothing to do with pay or the day-to-day operations of the district. But a Vader is on the M&O side and does have everything to do with the funds available to pay our staff.
Of which you've explained a lot,
Yes.
even through the community bond process.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sorry to drag you into that, Liz, on Mr. Daniels' piece. Okay.
Okay, so as Dr. Jordan's coming up, this is to bring back and talk further about the potential for a Scholar Academy. We originally brought this to you as a board during our workshops, budget workshops, as revenue opportunities. We thought at the time we would have more room than we do in this middle and high schools, so that is on us for not having those numbers better when we met the last time in our workshop. But I'm going to let Dr. Jordan talk about that. She's been working with the campuses to kind of let you know where we actually are, because the kids are coming faster than we realized for next year already. So,
What I'd like you to consider tonight is approving the open enrollment process, not a number of students, because that is a moving target for us. So the enrollment criteria is listed there. We looked at the neighborhoods that are split between our school district and a neighboring school district. We considered first responders. The other criteria is we would not be able to provide transportation. They need to have a clean disciplinary record and 95% attendance, and those are both for 3 years. And UIL participation guidelines still apply. So in a conservative estimate, and we can't predict who else is going to enroll this summer. We can't predict who's going to withdraw. We cannot predict the number of temporary transfers that will increase between now and school starting. So a very conservative estimate right now, we're saying 40 to 50 students. But 8 students, approximately 8 students, pay for the salary of 1 teacher. What we will not do is overburden our teachers and use this as a way to put more than our ratios that we have already set in our classrooms. For example, if we have a ratio of 25 students in English classrooms, we have 5 classrooms, but each one has 23 in it, we have 2 spaces in each. And so that would give us 10 students, and that's all that we would go with. So we are not listing a specific number because it's a moving target, but if you choose to approve this, then we will begin that process. In July, end of July, we will be able to look at our final numbers and decide how many students we have space for without overburdening our teachers in any way. Do you have any questions for me on it?
I do. So
Yes, sir.
the example you just laid out, where you had 2 spots in each class, right? That's done at the beginning of the year.
We use our demographer numbers for our planning.
Right. And then you said people are still enrolling, so that number's a moving target.
Correct.
So if we said, hey, based on everything we have, we can take 40 kids. We take 40 kids, and then we get an influx of move-ins. Now we're over the 25 ratio. So, you know, I was here. Actually, I wasn't on the board when we did this. When was it?
2012 and 2013.
Okay. So, I appreciate all the work that y'all have all done, all of you, in trying to deal with the deficit budget that we've exhausted talking about how the state's put us in this situation. You came to us with Vaders, you came to us with all kinds of different solutions, and this is one of those. And I know Dr. Carpenter already explained when we did the budget workshop, the numbers were, we didn't have registration numbers, we didn't have returning student numbers, and so the number we put out there was a much different number than this. More students, which yielded more money and also helped us deal with our deficit problem. I made it known that I wasn't necessarily a fan of that, even at the big number it was going to generate. So I'm not a fan of this for now. I'm not saying that there's not a right time to do it. I just don't feel like right now it is. I think the other thing we have to think about is God only knows what's gonna happen with the presidential election. So what's that mean for rates? What does that mean for, if rates drop back down, houses are gonna go back up, and we are gonna get, we could find ourselves in trouble pretty fast. So for me personally, I'm not there on this one.
Let me ask you this, is somebody there on this? Is somebody
Hold
more?
on, you can't, we can't poll.
We can't?
No.
Just tell us where you are and we'll move on.
Good gosh.
Well,
See what I told you,
If
Rich?
somebody advocated.
Well, I understand where Mr. Hawksworth's coming from on the what, everything is done on the what if.
Yeah.
Right? Well, what if this happens? What if that happens? I like efficiencies. I like knowing that if we have capacity in different classes on different campuses, that it's being utilized, especially in a situation where we're staring a deficit budget in the face. Do I like that we are considering this? Well, no, I don't like that. But with the understanding that we do have capacity, you know, I still think even at these lower numbers, it is an option. And it's one that I agree with just from an efficiency perspective. And if we get the other students, then in a more traditional way, moving in, then we are yielding, you know, tax base on those, potentially. So I will also echo what he said. I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into this. I wish the numbers were a little bit higher. But if you guys are comfortable and confident that this is a good potential program that can be run effectively, obviously there's criteria that would be reviewed on an annual basis. I'm assuming that the information would go out shortly if it were approved. And then, as you mentioned, you know, monitoring the normal enrollees throughout the summer, and then a final decision would be made at the end of July.
So, just for clarification, let's follow Mr. Hawksworth's saying that, you know, rates are going down. We're going right back up to the 14-15% growth. The burden is on these families who, if they were selected for open enrollment, that they're not guaranteed next year in the following year in the school. So that's an assumed potential burden on them, disruption on them, that this could be 1 year. This potentially could be, I don't know how often we evaluate, could be a semester if you're not meeting the criteria. So that's going to be a known potential burden if this were to be something that were opened up to them. And then the other thing I just want to get clarification on, and I'm sorry if I didn't understand it earlier, if it was said, but if we're saying yes to this process, is there another opportunity in July for you to come back and say, okay, we've got 30 families who are interested, and then this board can then say yes or no to that? Or is it we're saying yes to this process, and that means whatever numbers y'all get capacity-wise, it's going to happen?
I think the way I understand it is that if you say yes to this process, we're going forward, and then we would admit the number of students. At that point, it becomes a campus and an administrative decision of how many we can effectively fit. And I don't think it would come back to the board at that point once it's been approved.
Right.
You agree?
So,
Yeah.
so the risk in that would be that we move forward, we put forth the effort, and then we have a lot of move-ins over the summer, and we find out that we don't have capacity. So we spun our wheels on a particular endeavor that might only yield 4 spots.
Correct.
Right.
Well, I mean, my thoughts are, I mean, I'm kind of hesitant myself because of the time that we're in and the funding and just everything else that's going on right now. And I would want to ask the question, if you know, Liz, when we did this in 11 and 12, I mean, I moved here in 10, so we were not a fast growth district back then. I mean, we were, but we weren't. It wasn't.
We were not growing.
Yeah, we were. I didn't think.
believe we were graduating more seniors than
And we needed.
kindergartners were coming in, so we were actually losing
and we needed the
We
kids.
were losing ground every year.
Right, we needed the kids. So my thought is, yeah, we're trying to do the same thing, but for a different reason. And the reason that it's for is kind of concerning to me. I mean, I understand getting the extra money, but, you know, what if? You know, what if all of a sudden, just like we just found out, we got more numbers than we thought that are already here and that are enrolling, and so we had to drop down the number of total that we could take. And what if that continues to happen? I mean, I don't want to overburden our teachers. I don't want us to have to go and look for teachers. That's not the point of this.
But it's not exceeding the ratios that are already set.
Well, you think.
Well,
True.
Well,
But it could, right?
It could.
Well,
But it's a what if, like you said.
It could, but I'm fairly confident that if you have 100 potential candidates and that's spread over 6, 7 different grade levels, that you'll shift and maneuver
Some places
those
you
in
may
a
be
way
fine, other
that you've got
places-
plenty of room versus overburdening a certain class.
It's
So-
based on seats, it's based on
Okay, so based
seats.
on what he just said, though, you have it 40 to 50 kids and 7 through 11?
Total.
Do we know what that estimated capacity availability is by grade level?
So,
Because what if you
and-
get them all? What if you get all of them that fit the criteria and they're all in 7th grade?
but then
You still
those,
get 4.
that doesn't work, right?
Like
We
she
would-
had it
It's not
figured
broken
out.
down by
Some grade
computer.
levels right now she had figured out did not have any room.
So it's not really 7 through 11, it's 7, 9.
It's only like 3 of the grade levels, or 3, maybe 4.
There was like 15,
When I
well,
looked-
some of them were 0.
That
some of them were
particular
0.
day,
Right, that
it was
particular day.
estimated that we could fit 15 more 9th graders, 15 10th, 15th 11th, I believe it was a total of 45. It was no 7th and no 9th, I think is what
That's
it was.
correct. It was
Yeah,
a
no
7
7th
and
and
9
9th.
was no.
And so the other ones were yes, 15. But because that's a moving target, I don't want to say it's 45.
Right.
And it could be more, it could be less. In our process of our right sizing through attrition, we didn't refill some of those teacher positions. And so for every English 1 class, say if we lost a teacher through attrition, that's a whole section. And so that's what also greatly affected our estimates. So could we add the original number? Absolutely. Would it equal the amount that we gave you? Yes, but that would mean adding staff. So that's where the difference is. If we work off the staff from the attrition that we have already had from the right sizing, then we consider this. That puts us in a different place than when the idea was very first presented. And so, but once again, what it looked like last week may be different than what it will look like in a couple weeks. I can tell you temporary transfers district-wide increased about 20 within about a week. They're not all 7th through 11th grade, but those numbers are changing quickly. And some our returning students haven't registered yet. And so sometimes those things don't happen till
They have till
June,
tomorrow.
July. We don't turn them down, right?
May
The end never
23rd,
closes
it
in
says
public school.
online.
And the nice thing about the way when we were doing the budget process this spring and doing our workshops each month is we had staff really engaged in providing ideas and solutions, because we were out on campuses and we were meeting face to face. This idea came from a staff member in this district, and so as we researched it more with the district, another district that does it that's similar to us, not the growth wise, but size wise and expectations wise, it was making sense for us as a solution potentially to revenue. But as we have moved further along, it's becoming probably less viable than it was early on, and we didn't want to just pull the carpet out from underneath it, because we felt like we had discussed it enough. We needed to finish this conversation and close the loop on it, whether it happens or not. But I appreciate that the fact that we had staff coming to us with some solutions, and so I thought that was good, because we were able to talk about something that was potentially viable that may just not be at this time, and we're okay with that. But we didn't want to just stop the discussion because we had already brought it to you.
So,
Well, and I think-
so 40 kids would cover 5 teacher salaries.
Yes. Yeah. and know that we aren't just married to this idea.
Right.
We do see it as a possible solution. But as you said, if we get to July and we start seeing an uptick in our enrollments and we have 24 in every one of those classes, we would probably say we're not comfortable doing this right now. You approved it, you allowed us to create this option, but because of circumstances change, we aren't going to do it this year. And so, you know, whether you choose to approve it or not, it's not going to be a certain number, and I would even say it may not be any, right? Because we don't know exactly what our enrollment will look like come July 31st.
And that's where I'm conflicted, because I do trust you to make those decisions that, you know, are appropriate as to whether or not you have space and whether it's gonna overburden the class. For me, I was like, when I first saw this in the budget workshop, I was kind of like, oh no, never. And then we went to the budget workshops or whatever, and I was kind of going, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Growing a little bit.
And, you know, there's a lot more capacity there, and I thought desperate times, desperate measures. We need to do these things. As you guys have drilled down more into this and what is before me today, I'm kind of back to where I started, and it's not a lack of confidence in you guys. It's just like, I think it's within the margin of error. I mean, you say don't think about the numbers, but I can't get the numbers out of my head.
Right.
I mean, at one time we were looking at $1.5 million in potential revenue. Now that's shrinking down, and I just kind of go. But then we have to make this decision now, or it's not. You know, so I'm back to where I started.
Well, I'll say, it was more attractive to me when it was a bigger number. But over the course of the past couple of weeks, when I've been out on every campus, pretty much doing every activity, I have had a lot of families come up to me and say, I don't want to do this now. Like, this isn't the right time, because we're still growing. We're growing, and, you know, people kind of like having a little extra space in the middle school and the high school, because a lot of people don't really think there is extra space in the middle school and the high school. So I think if it was a bigger number, it'd be more compelling, but at this number.
Liz, I'm going to use a word Dr. Bitter used all the time. What's the delta between your expected enrollment versus what our actual enrollment is for this year? Like, what were you? It's a couple hundred off,
current
right?
year we're
yeah,
finishing?
for current year.
A couple hundred when we started the year. We're almost at the end of the year. I think we're at 5506, and we estimated 5520. So we were almost there. But in every other year of growth leading up to this, we surpassed the number of October and grown throughout the year.
Right.
But that couple hundred that we were short at the beginning of the year is what's hurt our numbers
So
along the way.
you almost closed the gap by the end of the year.
Yeah.
So my caution is we could exceed enrollment and go back to where we were, and then you truly are applying for waivers to increase class sizes.
Well, you wouldn't have to in secondary, but essentially the idea, I mean, yes, you're
still the ratio.
Yes, correct, the ratios.
You're not applying for a waiver, you're just having
And the
to change the
difference,
ratio.
and the other thing this year is we didn't take temporary transfers this year because of the capacity issues at our elementaries and everything. So we're putting those back in the mix.
We have 51.
75.
75.
As of today.
I was up late. Let's call for a vote.
Okay. Or you can, no motion at all.
Or
it
does
just sits.
anyone have anything else they'd like to talk about?
I still think smaller's better, so I just assume not overburden our teachers and have the
Guess no
iffy
motion, then it doesn't even.
for me, not knowing what the future holds.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to take no action on item 13A. Mr.
Second.
Hawksworth, motion to take no action. Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Dr. Jordan.
Thank you.
More materials to test. Well, this time we're spending money. So this is our construction materials testing that we brought to you for information last month for the middle school, new middle school site. And this one we went out to Geotex Engineering, who did the investigation there for us, and we've used them over the 4 years I've been here. So this would be a budget impact not to exceed $398,762. And again, that's based on their estimate of what it will take, and historically, we've always come in under that.
Do you have any questions for Jeff? All right.
Mr. President, I'm going to recuse myself from this one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Slayton. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13B as presented.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Western, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Arthur with a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion, the action passes 6-0. Matt Slayton recusing himself. Thank you.
Okay, this is an action item on our district security system. And I can talk to you about some of the funding involved with it, but we have Mr. Lemish here with us, who helps run this system. He can talk to you about the technicalities of the system and what the system actually does. So we're going to start with the funding. So there are safety and security grants with TEA. We actually had, some of these are you have to apply for, some of them you're just allocated the money, you still have to apply, but you have a set amount. This is one of those that each district has a set amount, and you still go through the application, you has to go within the area of the grant and everything. So we have allocated $209,128 from the Safe Cycle 2 grant. We have confirmation that it could be used entirely for this project. The remaining cost of this project would be from unallocated bond funds. It's about $138,602. For the total cost, or those two combined would bring up the total cost of the $347,000. This does meet the requirements of House Bill 3, the requirement that has a SPAT safety in that was passed, I believe, this last legislative session. But Mr. Lemish can go over a few of the points of what this system actually does. Yep. And we also have, I will say, we have a representative here from the company that can answer questions as well.
All right, so the big thing, the big reason that we're asking for this is the new facilities coming on board, Russman being the first one, will be on the new system. So this keeps us from having two different systems, which are two different badges. That could cause problems with, especially things like bus drivers, maintenance, teachers that are going back and forth between West and Russman, that sort of thing, where they're gonna have two badges in an emergency. They gotta remember which badge to hit at the time. It's more to keep track of over here to make sure people have the correct badges. So that's a big part of it. The new system does also allow us to have a lot of other things that are going to be beneficial, such as we get away from the hubs that you've probably seen around in the walls. We get away from those, and it moves to 1 or 2 antennas, maybe 3 depending on the size of the campus. Those antennas are up high, they're not getting messed with. The hubs tend to get unplugged, so cell phones can get charged or get knocked off because they're down at ground level. So that can cause problems, so we can get away from that.
Can you explain what the hubs do?
The hubs? There's one behind that chair. Yeah. It's just a box that fits into an outlet. So you have that little white box right there. So those are the hubs. They're in most all the every classroom. They're all over the hallways. They're all over the place. So this gets rid of those, and we'll have antennas around the building.
But what's their function? The hubs function.
Can you speak to all the function with
right.
how
Yes.
Laura Wayne and
Yeah, the hubs receive the signal from
Will you
the
go to the
badges.
microphone, please?
Can you come-
Microphone.
oh, sure. The hubs receive the signal from the badges when it's pressed based on an emergency, and it also sends a location for first responders to understand where that emergency is.
So if those are unplugged from the wall, you don't know where
Correct.
it's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Correct.
And those get unplugged all the time.
Right, it's a vulnerability.
Yeah.
Yep. So the system moves away from that, so that we'll have better accuracy with where the event is actually taking place, where the button push happened.
Thank you.
There's some other things. The strobes will be a little bit brighter, which will help in some of the areas, some of the hallways that have exterior windows. When the sun is bright, we have problems sometimes seeing those. It's really important. We want to have visibility, which works fairly well with the current system, but this will be better with the larger strobes that have more batteries or bigger batteries in them. We want to have intelligibility. We want to be able to hear the announcement and understand what the announcement is. We have that. We've worked, Greg's worked quite a bit on getting the announcements louder and balancing that on campuses, but the visibility is one thing that is kind of a big deal. Last thing, and another big point is the digital mapping that we'll get with the new system. That allows us, right now, when there's an emergency, we had a staff alert over at the high school this morning. My phone went off, I could look, I could see on the floor plan a red dot where the classroom was and the classroom number. What this does now is it allows us to actually adjust that, add all of our safety assets, all of our AEDs, stop the bleed kits, fire extinguishers, all of those items will be on there. So when we see it, see an event happen, we know where those assets are, we can get those more quickly. But also we can edit that at any point. Right now, we can't edit the maps. We have to go to and pay Centegix to do that. So this helps us to be able to do it in-house. I can take care of it here, and we won't have to worry about that. Everything can be up to date. Additionally, with that digital mapping, all of those assets I mentioned, every AED will know when the battery was last replaced, when it needs to be replaced again. All that stuff can be kept track of all in one place. So.
Does this digital mapping in any way help local law enforcement that might be responding or paramedics be responding?
Absolutely, yes. So they'll have the ability to pull that up as they're coming. They'll know better where things are, where all the assets that we have, in addition to what they bring with them, they'll know where all those things are, yes. So they'll have access to that as well.
So Mr. Lemish, help me understand. So everybody that the staff members and teachers, this is the badge system that they have around.
Correct.
That we see them wear. And this is something you monitor and oversee. Help me, do the staff like the system? I mean, do they? Yeah.
They seem to.
Use it?
Yes.
They use it?
Some campuses more than others, but
Okay.
all the campuses have used it quite a bit this year.
So you said like you had an alert today. I mean, is it a daily thing, a weekly thing?
No, it's not. It's usually we have, I would say, probably 1 or 2 a week.
Okay.
But what that does do is it really helps with response time. You know, it used to be if you had an emergency, you're trying to get to a phone, call to the front, tell them what you need. They're trying to send people. This allows people to instantly hit that badge 3 times so we can get there quickly.
And this isn't, I mean, this system is being used to manage the disruptive behavior and maybe even a classroom.
Could be. A lot of times it's medical issues. It could be a disruptive situation.
It's escalated to a point where
it's anything where that teacher or staff member can't handle the situation completely by themselves. If they know that if they need help, they press a button. I need help. They press it 3 times, and they know that help is going to arrive.
Yeah.
So,
I've talked to several teachers, and you know, outside of the security side of it, for medical reasons, like teachers who've been in the district prior to Centegix. You didn't know if you'd get someone on the walkie-talkie. You're using a cell phone. Kids having, you know, a respiratory distress on the playground, and having the badge. They've multiple teachers, whether it was a wrist broken or ankle broken or just a kid needing help, seizures. The medical response is, in their mind, is invaluable, and the staff support and response time in that. So I know at the elementary level, the alerts are used quite frequently.
Quite a bit, yeah.
And in my experience, it's been 2 to 3 times a week sometimes, elementary level, you know, so yes, it's for safety and security and, you know, first responders, but the staff utilize it as well, Mr. Western.
Right. Yeah, we think a lot of that worst case scenario, which is a fantastic system for that. But those little things, whether it's a discipline disruption that the teacher can't deal with, they just need help, right? Or the medical things, that's where we've used this obviously the most.
And so every campus has a certain team that responds to.
Correct.
Like if it's alerted somebody touches it 3 times, the whole campus doesn't respond. There are designated people on each campus that go into the support
administrators,
role.
nurses, some special ed faculty.
Okay. And you know, and this is House Bill 3. I mean,
Exactly.
And one thing that I did not add earlier, this does cross several departments because you're talking safety and security, you're talking technology and everything. So we have had a team of people review this and look at it, you know, everywhere from Mr. Royer in with technology, of course, Mr. Lemish, Mr. Daniels' department's been in it with safety and security. And so it's been looked at and reviewed by everybody to realize the benefits of the system.
Yeah, and you know, and as we've grown, we've had to get systems, you know, universalized across the district, as we had an older system here and newer system with new builds here. So I just think from a response, we have so many people across the district that touch multiple campuses a day. And I can't fathom hitting the wrong badge and there's no response. Like inadvertently hitting the wrong badge.
That was a big discussion topic amongst our team looking at it, was the use across campuses and people that had to travel in between campuses or happened to be at the different campuses and the carrying of the two badges.
So we've supported this for air conditioners. I don't see why I couldn't support it for security and safety for our staff and our kids.
Yes.
So.
And we have the grant, Safe Cycle grant, Safe Cycle 2, and then what's left over there, we have the unallocated bond funds, which can take care of the remaining portion of that. But there are a lot of, and these are, House Bill 3 requirements, not completely funded.
That is correct. There were many of those from House Bill 3 that weren't funded.
Yes.
Right.
What do you think, if we kept what we had, let's just say, and we had to comply with House Bill 3, what do you think a la carte that might cost us? Just a ballpark.
Would they even talk to each other?
Yeah.
Well, the systems, my understanding is the systems don't talk to each other, so the biggest problem will be anybody that's at multiple campuses. And like I said, maintenance, bus drivers, we have, our special ed staff travel between departments, our administrators. There's lots of departments that go back and forth.
Drill team.
Anybody that might be at JRE that would have the update and not another campus, any other location would have to have multiple.
Right.
And that situation will only get worse as we add more and more campuses over the years.
So are we confident, to the best of our ability, that as we continue to grow and add campuses, that if this new system's adopted, it will be what's utilized? Or are we coming back potentially 2 years from now and we're like, well, we've got to reintegrate a whole new system again because we have another campus that's got a new version?
I would,
I'd have to.
we're going to ask you to come back up here, yes.
Yeah.
I think with any technology, you're going to see upgrades and updates that happen. We see it daily with our phones. But I will say that at least with the technology company that you're partnered with, Centegix, they have had at least version 1 of the system, I believe, around 7 years total in the market before an update or an upgrade. And so I would assume that there would be some consistency in that unless there were to be some major technological advances that happen within the next, 5 years of your contract.
Okay.
I will also add that we, Greg and Austin in the technology department and we all met with one of the other, a whole nother company, a competitor of this, looking at their solution to see, is this, and this was far superior. It was not even close. I think we weren't very far into the presentation. We realized how much better the system we were working with was already. So we're very happy with the products done so far.
Well, I know when we went to RFQ or RFP, RFQ for this system and the demos we had from multiple companies, it was honestly like we were looking at a different product, how night and day different they were.
Yes, there's a lot of differences in the product that are available.
You're ready. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Western?
Rethinking my first thing I did.
Thank all of y'all for being here tonight. I appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Making that endorsement.
It's just history. It's just giving precedent, okay? Because I was here. I've been here. Okay. All right, I'll entertain.
I'm going to recuse myself.
Mr. Hawksworth's going to recuse himself. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13C as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is 6-0
Yeah, sorry, that was just happened.
with Mr. Hawksworth recusing himself. Okay.
Okay.
All right, since I'm just going to go ahead and stand up here with this one. This is the Stadium and IAC Contractor Award. Jeff has got a little bit of information that we're going to provide up front, and then we've got Marty Sims here with VOK, the architect on the project too, that's going to provide some of the information. There was some smaller print, I believe, in this information you were provided, so each one of you have a printed copy of this in front of you. If you wanted to look at it a little bit closer than what you could see on the screen. So.
Here you go.
It's wet.
I know. I know. We're being right now. You're good.
The water dripping on the ceiling.
I know. I just keep wiping it up.
We're calling Huckabee.
Okay, so back in April, we issued the 100% documents, construction documents for our CSP. We did pre-bid with contractors. We had, I think, at least 8 in attendance at that meeting that I could identify that were general contractors. Bids were due on May 7th, and on that day we received 2 responses. I think you've seen the numbers before. They were actually quite different, $13 or $17 million difference, but I did later receive a call from the higher bidder who said, I made a mistake. You know, this would have been my real number. He said, your other number was a good number. He would have been still $1.7 million over, something like that. But they were both over budget, over what we had allocated to our construction costs for these 2 propositions. So what we've got tonight is 3 options that we put together. One is going to show you a path to get to that original breakout of our bond dollars for the project, which is allocated to construction, architectural fees. We've got soft costs in FF&E. Basically 4 categories that we divide that bond into. So we've got the 3 options. One is a path to the original construction dollars, and then option 2 and option 3 are going to be, one is a path to be able to afford the project as bid with our low bidder that we're bringing to you tonight to recommend. And option 2 is kind of a middle ground of that, where we're increasing the construction dollars available, but also taking some cost-saving measures that we identified with option 1. And one of the ways we're able to do this is that we took another look at our FF&E package, our technology package. It's not the same as a school, and so we realized that some of the percentages we had used when we allocated those funds to the different categories within the bond were off. You know, a school, we're buying hundreds and hundreds of chairs, but for the stadium, we're only going to buy, 50 to 100 for the press box, something like that. So we took a real hard look and got some estimates specifically on the technology pieces and furniture pieces, so we could be able to reallocate some of those funds to construction. And then we also looked at what our interest earnings are to date, and then did some projections, and Liz can talk a little bit more about that. So I do have Marty Sims.
Can I ask you a question right there?
Sure.
Do you have stadium seating on the home side in the plans?
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's part of the construction dollars.
Okay, not part of the
not the FF&E.
Okay.
Correct. So I do have Marty Sims here with VOK, and he can go through in a little more detail on the option 1 specifically. And the list is the same in option 2. We're just showing less ideas accepted and incorporated into that to reduce the cost. So I'll let Marty come up and talk to you a little bit about that. But before I do, sorry, I do want to say something about our schedule. So this went out with a request for an August 1st substantial completion on these projects with the bidders. Both of them submitted timeframes that met that condition, but they were also both conditioned upon an immediate start, basically a notice to proceed issued tomorrow that they could start work on the ground. We are not at that point yet. We have been working with the town of Flower Mound.
There's a town.
There's a town. So strategic alert. So we are going back and forth with the town, submitting. They respond with comments. We address the comments, resubmit. They review it. They respond. We're now in our 4th submission, so they've made comments 3 times. This started back in February with the town, and the current tentative date they've estimated we may be at P&Z would be June 24th, and council on July 1st. So once council approves that site plan, then we can apply for the development permit, which lets us actually get work started on the ground. So we're looking at sometime in July at the earliest, which is about 2 months off of the date that was assumed with these proposals, which is going to push that completion date from in August to in October. Right now, currently.
October 25.
Yes.
Yes, 2025. That's all the bad news I want to give you now.
Yeah, no,
So, Marty, I'd be remiss with
I'll let Marty finish.
Mr. Deffenbaugh stepping off the board. He wanted to tell you goodbye.
I gave him a hug on the way out.
Okay, good. All
I
right,
bet you
good.
did.
Good.
No, I appreciate it. I let him know how much I appreciated working with him. This was, yeah, definitely. So we can start on either end if you'd like. You want me to go through the options first, and then we'll talk schedule? You may have questions related to those.
Summarize those options.
Option one would be the hard cut, right? So what is it going to take to get us in budget? So we're essentially, we're going to make some cuts that are the original budget, yes, the original budget. And so you're going to see a number of cuts there. I wasn't planning on reading them line by line. Happy to discuss any ones that you might have questions on. But know that there's some painful, there's some painful kind of hard decisions that might be recommended in this area. But we felt like we needed to bring you an option that showed what it would look like to bring this project to you, meeting its original construction budget.
So Marty, real quick, without going line by line.
Yes, sir.
Let's try to simplify it just a hair. What would the seating capacity be reduced to in this option?
Right. So in this option, we would be getting down to 5,000 seats.
Okay.
Which is line 3.
That's line 3, yeah. And so, as we've talked kind of along the way, that the seats drive restrooms and drive parking, and all of those things add up to dollars. And so, to get a substantial savings, the way to do it would be to cut the seats, cut the restrooms, and cut the parking associated with those. And this represents, as you probably realize, about a third of your total initial capacity, or as designed originally.
So if we were to go back at a future date, it was determined that wanted to increase capacity, we'd have to go back and do permitting, geotech, get approval for more parking.
I know. Yeah.
At tomorrow's dollars.
At tomorrow's dollars.
If it's over 1,000 seats.
I say if you go back in the future to add capacity to a stadium that has over 1,000 seats, it requires another separate, with future bond dollars, it requires a separate bond proposition again.
And just for context, our current stadium is 3,200, 3,100 seats.
Somewhere in that, yes.
Say that again,
Yeah,
Liz. If we go back to the future with the flux capacitor.
So yes, the flex. If at a later date, so we did the 5,000 option right now.
Right.
At a later date,
Right.
years in the future, we decided we needed to go to 7,500 seats or whatever capacity that might be.
Right.
With the current law that I believe was changed somewhere around 2020, 2022, anytime you want to use bond dollars to add to a stadium that has over 1,000 seats, it requires a separate proposition. So similar how this was its own proposition, the stadium was one, the IEC was one. Any additions in the future with future bond dollars will require a separate proposition. It couldn't be lumped in the general A proposition.
Okay. But then all the other work with the town and re-permitting and
Restart over.
restart over.
Right.
Well, hold on.
It's like a whole new project.
No, it's not. And so the seats, if I'm looking at it, 1,500 seats to go down to 6,426 seats saves us 331,000.
You just moved to a different
You're on a
option.
different option.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the one in front of me.
If the stadium has more than 1,000 seats, not if you're adding 1,000
I'm just saying
seats.
that, but you're saying if you wanted to add seats, does it cost $331,000?
To add them later,
Yeah.
No, it's
it
gonna
would
cost more than that.
cost that plus additional
Plus your
inflation
plus
between now and
inflation.
then.
Sure.
And whatever mobilization costs the contractor might have associated with that work.
Sure.
And you have to rebond for it.
No, you don't.
Where are you gonna
You
get
don't
the
have
money?
to.
Where are you gonna get the money?
I mean, $331,000.
So you're gonna pay for it out of.
But you also
M&O?
need,
That
you
would
also
be over
need,
budget.
more bathrooms.
Right.
You also need.
It's not just the
Well,
seats.
it depends on what you do here, though. It depends on what line items. Maybe you pick the bathrooms or you get
Right, and that's
maybe you
option
save on
two.
the seats and you say the seats are the cheapest thing and I can add later.
But,
Right, but
not like
if
Legos.
but if you're down at that capacity, we've removed building D. And if we
You
add,
you haven't absolutely done that. You can
in
pick
this-
and
no.
choose.
So you want to build your own option?
This isn't
Not the
movies.
options that are in front of you.
Yes.
This is option J.
Okay, that's a
1, 2,
different.
or
business.
3, not option Westrom.
so are you
Option
saying,
J.
are you saying potentially just stripping seats out? So the
potentially
infrastructure, everything else is still there for 7,500?
Absolutely.
Or 7,000?
Yes.
You're just eliminating that potential.
Could you do that?
And,
You could do that, yes.
and you're estimating we will have the money
You can keep going.
to do that.
Okay, so in this option, we're 5,000 seats, we would be deleting one of the 3 restroom concession buildings, essentially taking away a third of the restrooms and deleting the associated parking. And that gets you the bulk of your, of the way there. There's some other options obviously listed on this sheet that I'm happy to talk about if there's specific questions, but
Can we add parking if we remove seats? Like, can we add parking for 7,500 even though the stadium might be 5,000? Will Flower Mound allow that?
right now, what we're anticipating, or what we've submitted to the town of Flower Mound, is a 1-to-4 ratio. So we need to be within a range of that 1-to-4 ratio with regard to parking. Now, we could amend that potentially at this point and see if they would allow something else.
More than likely, no. They're not going to let you pave for 7,500 and you only build it to 5,000.
At some point, they're going to say it will not. That's not 1-to-4.
And do I need 7,500 seats and parking spaces in 2025?
That is yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people you're expecting to be servicing at that point.
Okay, well, I have a 3,100 seat stadium right now that didn't sell out in 2023.
So it didn't sell out for the ticket limit we set. We had, as you know, we had many more people in there than would actually fit in the stands. So in 2023, yes, we had less attendees. If you go back to 2022, we had a couple of very high attended games too. And based on that, I believe they were over 5,000. One was closer to 6,000. Based on that, we felt like we needed to limit tickets. And so we did set a limit this year. We did not reach that limit. So you're correct. We didn't, quote, sell out, but we sold more than what we had in the seats. Because we do allow there's some areas, some grassy areas that we allow on, and then we allow some staff in on the end zone and things like that.
So those two games in 2022 are what is kind of driving our, hey, we need to build 7,500 seats and have it open in 2025 with parking spaces and bathrooms?
I would believe that was
Doing
the
the
seats
bond?
came from the bond.
It was 7,500. That's what
original
that's
bond
what we
was
bonded.
No, you bonded.
Yeah, the original bond was
9,000. Sorry, it was
9,000.
9,000.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we bonded for a 1,400 person middle school. We bonded for all kinds. You make adjustments.
Right. And we
based
are
on-
making adjustment down from 9,000.
But listen, when you get the information, when you get more information, you can refine. We are asked to, hey, revisit this.
Okay. That's what we're doing with these options, but you want to create your own Josh option.
No, I just want the opportunity to ask questions.
Go ahead, let me know.
I mean, you just want me to sit here and say
No,
yes?
I want you to keep asking your questions,
don't
and then we'll
interrupt.
build the Josh option.
Well, then don't interrupt me.
Okay.
Okay, so that was option one. As we see here, it gets it down to the original construction budget of 42 million. And option two is would take it the deductive alternate that we provided in the original construction bid. Do you remember we talked about there's 2 elevators originally. We took one of them and designated them as a deductive alternate, meaning we got bid day pricing to only do one of the 2 elevators. And so that would realize a potential savings of $152,000. And then we looked at also removing the finishes from the 3 restroom buildings, and that was a savings of $124,500.
And just to clarify, that was to make the poured concrete, right? And
Poured
take it
concrete,
out.
seal concrete floor,
Seal
painted
concrete.
CMU walls, painted concrete block walls.
So just basic
painted
bathrooms.
ceiling. Yes.
Okay.
So the only color will be the toilet stalls.
Yes, okay. And that would be, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be using the bond interest that's currently in propositions B and C.
That's correct. So if you'll keep scrolling a little bit. So this right here is, we kind of recapped the original bond versus where we're at. So you'll see the statement ISD, and as Jeff pointed out a minute ago, we have separate areas that we track. We track architect fees, soft costs, FF&E, and construction. And so we went back and looked at all of those. We came up with some new estimates we felt on, of course, all three categories, and put the remaining in construction. And then we went back and looked at our interest earned to date. And I've talked to you before about arbitrage, based on the interest amount that we're earning now versus the yields on the bond, that there's potential for owing arbitrage at the end of these projects, or I believe it's the first 5 years and then after 10 years. And so we have those calculations done annually right now. And then we've made our own estimates since the last August 31 calculation. So we have set back enough to pay any potential arbitrage that we have from these interest earnings. And we've only included on here what we feel like are interest earnings that can be included with the project. And so when you include all of that, we have a total available for construction of $46 million, just over $46 million. And that's where we've got to compare with you with option 2 and option 3.
So Liz, real quick on that, on the interest, because this was a separate proposition from the other bonds. I know in the past, interest is used in various ways, and when it was in a Prop A or in a period of time before you had to separate propositions, you had a much wider basket of options to utilize the interest on. With this as a separate proposition, are we able to utilize these interest dollars on anything outside of this proposition?
So I did talk with our bond attorney on that, just to make sure. We'd had conversations in the past to make sure of that we were staying in line with the rules on the propositions, and I wanted to refresh, what we talked about in the past and make sure that we still had the same understanding. And the answer is basically no. We need to keep the interest with the project. As you mentioned, we do still have, Prop A. That's a much larger dollar amount, and there is interest earning in that stays with Prop A, that has the flexibility of whatever's in Prop A. But what's in Prop B and C needs to stay with B and C. At the end, I believe the answer was at the very end, if we had small dollar amounts remaining, that there was a process to go through to reallocate that to something else, but that essentially any funds earned in that proposition needed to stay with that proposition.
So can you clarify, I'm not sure I followed, that interest you're talking about, the realized interest, if we collect that and use that here, did you say that makes $46 million available?
Yes, total available for construction.
And these numbers are construction only, right?
Yes, and I'm only giving you comparison of construction to construction on that point. So when you see total available for construction, that's not your total available overall.
So option 1 doesn't have the VE in it at all.
Option 1 has all the VE in it.
All the VE.
No interest.
No interest.
No interest.
No interest.
It was just to say what would have to happen to get down to the original construction budget that we stated, without any considerations of anything else.
Okay.
And so that's what came from option 1. And then option 2 and 3 were if we used all available funds that were available to these propositions and these projects, and we took a look at, again, the other categories, the soft costs, the FF&E, and what was needed in those. And you can see a good point there on the IAC. We had original $650,000 on FF&E, and we've only come up with a small amount of FF&E so far for that project. So that really is available for use for one of the other categories, and this would be construction. So that's what we've gone through on that exercise on option 2 and 3, is to say what is it actually available for construction on these projects.
Go ahead, get all yours out, please.
Oh, I was going to say on the top one for total project on the stadium, in bold it was $26,915, and then the project interest earned to date is 1.9, and then available for construction $26,200. Where did that number come from?
So that's the amount from construction, not the total project. We have to account for the architect fees, the 1.6, the 261 for soft costs, FF&E for 750. It's basically taking that the 24 million and adding in the interest into it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay.
So the recommendation is option 2, as I understand it, in building a 7,500 capacity stadium which would have parking and bathrooms to support that capacity. But
Yes, sir.
there are other ways to do it. You could scale that down because you don't need 7,500 in 2025. You may not need 7,500 in 2029. And you could save money by doing that on reducing just the seating, reducing the amount of parking, and reducing the number of bathrooms.
Certainly, and there's a number of other things also on that first option that you can consider should you desire to
And
save
I
money.
could take that savings and say, look, I could take the savings on the parking spaces and the bathrooms and the seating, because I have the 46 million, and I can spend that on other things in the stadium. Hold on. Like a second scoreboard or video board. I could spend it on a better sound system. I could upgrade the lighting. I could get the second elevator bank. Is that?
Well, it would be difficult to add things that aren't currently in the project without putting out another bid for additional work. And I'm not sure if that changes the funding in any way, but you have to understand that we bid a number of options along the way, and those are, as part of the CSP process, have been documented. We would have to solicit additional bids to
And so
get.
my challenge is, the challenge I'm having, and always have had, is it's not the 46 million. I think spend the 46 million that we have bonded for, and the interest included in it, on the IAC and the stadium. It's just, why should we spend it on extra seats, parking spaces, and bathrooms that we may never need?
Understand.
And you have listed the options here that we could go through and pick and choose and go, hey, if we wanted to scale that down a little bit because we don't need that in 2025, we could and say, hey, take that out, but maybe add some here.
Okay.
Yeah, you could consider.
So what did our voters approve? Josh, how many seats did our voters approve?
I understand the bond was for 9,000 seats.
Right.
But I'm sitting here telling you.
And you want to cut it in half versus trying to work within.
I'm not saying cut it in half.
Okay, 45%.
But the voters expect, when you get the information that you have now, the details that we have now, the increased construction costs that we're now dealing with, the actual bids that we've seen, I think they expect you to adjust accordingly based on what the needs of the district are. And nobody's going to sit here and tell me that we need 7,500 seats in 2025 in parking spaces and bathrooms in 2026, 2027. Just somebody answer the question. When do I need 7,500 seats, parking spaces, and bathrooms?
How many times have we gone through an exercise where building in today's dollars
for something
is the financially responsible thing?
Well, then when do we need 7,500 seats, bathrooms, and parking spaces?
When did we need 9,000? Why did we bond for 9,000? You were part of that.
Yeah, I voted for it.
Right.
But we didn't need it, you're saying?
I mean, he was on the bond committee.
No, I absolutely voted for it, but I didn't sit here and think that people that were going to make the decision say, hey, you have to now make hard decisions about, you can't build what you thought you could build, so you have to make hard decisions on what you can build and what you should build.
Right, okay. And that's what they've shown here, but you don't. You want to cut down more.
And that's okay.
Which is further away from what they voted for.
And that's okay, but it's justified.
To you.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Just as much as I'm justifying it on my side.
And I know, and I'm just saying, when do you think we need that amount of capacity, parking spaces, and bathrooms?
Well, there's certain revenue generating opportunities in regards to UIL that a stadium of 5,000 doesn't get the opportunity to serve.
How much revenue, or should I base that on?
So, if I were to have a region marching competition here versus at Collins, how much revenue does Collins generate every year having their region band competition there? I don't know.
I don't know that answer, sorry.
Right.
But
it's more than zero, right?
Yes.
So let's spend millions of dollars on parking spaces and seats and bathrooms so I can potentially host
No, I'm just
Some
saying,
event?
Josh, we're trying, the way I see it is our community voted for what? A 9,000 seat stadium, right? And we're having to VE that because of inflation, because of dramatic inflation that we've never seen before. And so this is a middle of the ground option.
And so, but can we recognize, and this is just me, but can we recognize that we got to adjust on what we were last year? I mean, last year we didn't sell out the stadium. It's 3,100 seats. It could host, I think you can get 5,000 in there.
Last year, with the multiple years before that, though.
Yeah. And I don't know that having a sold-out stadium, packed house on a Friday night is a bad thing.
Of course not.
I would much rather have that over the next 5 years than an overbuilt stadium that we're all spread out and empty in. I mean, that's just me. I'm saying, if I get to that point and I go, wow, 6,000 seats is not enough, I think the community will respond to that at that time. But nobody's told me we need
And ask
7,500.
for you to pay for it in tomorrow's dollars when you could have done it today on budget, right?
No, yes, you could do that, but the community would be ready for that. But in the meantime, you have a stadium that meets the needs of the community. You've spent money, you've created a better in-game experience, you spent money on things that I think create a better atmosphere as opposed to empty parking lots, empty bathrooms, and empty seats.
So Marty, can I ask you a question? The 331, when you go from 7,500 to 6,426, if you go down to that, on here it's got the building D was declined, right? What is, I think Mr. Slayton was telling me he thinks the number is 5,000. What is the number where we can?
So if you took the 330 roughly
If I
to take it to
if I accept
6,500
number
seats.
2, can I keep declined?
Can you keep building D?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
That's correct. That is.
No. If I want to go the opposite. If I cut to 6426 and I try my best to follow Mr. Westrom, and I want to not have building D, so I don't want to have bathrooms.
In order to delete building
the capacity number to do that?
In order to delete building D, you need to reduce a third of your seating because it has a third of your restrooms. No, a third from 7,500.
Okay.
So you would need to go to the 5,000.
I have to go to 5.
You have to go to the 5.
Cut that whole building.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you cut less, we still need some of that building.
On building D, how come when I was here in September, these concession stands were costing me like $2.5–3 million?
Because they VE'd it.
And then I come here today, and if I'm gonna cut one, I'm only saving $1.1 million.
Because they VE'd
Well,
it.
because
I'm
we
asking him the
Yeah.
question.
So we worked with Poe to identify what the potential savings would be there, and they would have to speak to exactly how they price that. But as part of a competitive sealed proposal, that's the price is what they've offered.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't something that we identified as an alternate, like we did the elevator, where we have bid day pricing on it.
How much is
So
the
Josh,
timing?
So because it's CSP, we can't look at line items. CMAR we could have, right?
Okay, so then when
And what did you recommend for the project?
CSP.
No. Right, CMAR. And we voted against that. So you can't look at the line items.
And so, yes, I wanted bids, and so we can talk about that too. How much of the pricing that we saw in the bids, in the over budget, is due to the timing of we're imposing on the contractors, we want this open in the fall of '25?
It's very difficult to untangle. There may be some cost associated with it. I thought, that the 15 months that was proposed was reasonable. Personally, I know that some contractors certainly felt like it was tight, and it would be very difficult to. There's no way of knowing what their markup was essentially, especially with two bids, and the differences we had between them.
Do you think that the timing that, hey, we want this open in 2025 scared off some of the contractors and the bidders that said, I can't meet that time schedule?
It was not listed as a reason not to bid. I heard staffing concerns as far as, they had enough work already. as that is a reason, much more, nobody ever said, I'm too worried about the time I'm not gonna propose as a result.
Are you happy with the 2 bids?
I'm happy with the 1 bid that was within the number, and I feel much better about that number now that the second bidder has indicated that, so you remember we want tight numbers, right? So numbers grouped together says we've got a good sampling, right? And they saw the same thing. And so having a $12 million discrepancy between 2 bids made me unhappy, but when they came back and said they had a correction and it brought them within $1 million or so, that said, yes, we're in the hunt.
Are you happy with the number of bidders?
More bidders are always better.
And so here's my issue, is I'm paying $1.6 million in architectural fees? Is that in the budget?
I'm sure that's correct, yeah.
And the architect is the one that's painting the picture, right? I mean, you're painting the picture, you're creating the plans.
The design of the building?
That's going out for bid.
Certainly.
I mean, you're the one that's supposed to generate the excitement for the project, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're here saying that, since 2022, we've been designing this, we could only generate 2 bids.
Josh,
We said CSP. We said CSP was going to deliver low bidders. You sat in the same room with us.
We had 4 commitments. I was expecting at least 4 on bid day. 2 dropped out. I don't know the reason why they dropped out. And typically you have 4 verbal commitments and potentially more even walk in the door that you weren't expecting. So that was a little unusual that those that had indicated to me that they were planning on bidding it did not. But certainly the workload was clearly ramping up in the area.
How do you think streaming of high school football games is impacting attendance?
That's an interesting question. I don't know offhand. I'd have to ask around and do some research.
And that's a new evolution in high school football, is that we have streaming on a pretty wide.
There were 29 companies included in the contacts notified by the architect.
Yeah. And I reached out to many of them personally, trying to drum up
reasons for declination: not enough staff, not enough bonding capacity, not enough staff. Wouldn't do a CSP, declined for staff.
And I want to be clear that Pogue is eminently qualified, right? You guys have had some great experiences with them, and I think that as evidenced by the way that they're finishing your middle school, that I had nothing to do with. They're capable of doing it. I'm very pleased that they decided to bid it and to provide what I would believe to be a competitive number at this point.
Would you think with CMAR we would have had more bidders?
Well, with CMAR, we would have hired a contractor, and then they would have solicited subcontractor bids.
Yeah.
And so we would have had more subcontractor bids,
Okay.
but we don't know how many subcontractor bids were included in this particular bid.
Okay.
Liz, if I may, I think part of the path that Mr. Westrum's going down is the size and everything else. And so if we look at this option 1, it is bringing us down to the original bond amount. It does not take into account the interest that we are in fact earning on those funds. So, and with the arbitrage, how long, I'm going to try to simplify this for Mr. Westrum. If we were to not completely build out the stadium, but go with option 1 and recognize, we've got some of those earned interest that's sitting there during this time frame. How long do we have those available to us to potentially utilize those in 3 or 4 years down the road to put those seats back in versus having to pay those back or pay penalties?
So I had that discussion with our bond attorney as well.
Okay.
Basically, when you originally bond, you're saying you would use those funds reasonably almost 100% within the first 3 years. Projects are taking longer than expected, so everybody's having a problem with that 3 years. But basically the answer that I got was that we needed to expend them as quickly as possible, And then anything, we would have to go through that process of anything that wasn't spent and reallocating to something else. However, he did point out that it should be a very, very small amount and that the funds should stay within the project and be used for the project. But there's not a set date I could give you,
So
just the
the
idea
3
that you're
years.
supposed to spend them as quickly as possible.
3 years from when you sell the bonds.
But that is, with any project right now, it's taking longer than that. But the goal is to expend them as soon as you can.
So we really don't have the opportunity of, as we go through the process, holding some dollars to spend within 24 months after the completion.
Right.
We're gonna have to go back and bond again.
Right. 24 months after.
If we don't take care of what we.
If we completed this project, say it's the fall of 25, and then you waited 2 to 3 more years, in essence, that would be holding the bonds longer than we should, yes.
You have on option 2, you have line item 2, reduce seating capacity by 1,500 seats to 6,426. And that would reduce the potential savings of $331,000.
Yeah, I believe was that listed on both options. It was a consideration. You're right. So it was listed. It's listed on both. It was accepted on one, or it was declined on option 1, but in favor of the larger savings. One thing to consider on the number of seats too, that you guys may remember that Fine Arts initially requested quite a few seats, not just for the number of band and drill team and those, but the gear that goes along with those as well. And there were 1,200 seats at one point requested for their use. I don't know if that factors into the discussion as far as how many you think you might need. But just thought I would mention that as a reminder that was one of the discussions during design early on.
So if you did in option 2, bring that reduction down to 6,426 back in, does that reduction of seats save you anywhere else?
No, that was isolating just the reduction of seats. So the savings that you realize there is only seats.
Parking, that doesn't do anything.
No, I mean, you could look at reducing parking somewhere just for those associated seats, but in that particular exercise, we did not. It was only the seat savings.
And in that exercise on the home side, giving 1,200 to Fine Arts gives you 3,000 seats for the home side.
That would be accurate.
So, I'm sorry, I want to go back to what you said. So, in this particular option, in the way the line item is written, you did cutting to 6,426 seats saves 331,000, but you didn't, at least in this option, look at, hey, that might reduce parking by 20,000 here, or you didn't look at it that way.
Correct. Yeah, we went for
there,
the bigger savings.
There could be some other little bits are saved here and there.
There could be, and the other one is the restrooms, and because it wasn't an entire building, right? It doesn't. There was shelling it out, say, and making 6 less toilets or 8 less toilets or whatever it winds up being. Isn't nearly the savings as deleting a building and the entire infrastructure associated with it.
How does the stadium fit within our strategic plan?
It hasn't changed, Josh.
Well, so, I mean, I thought we had talked about having one single stadium for 2 high schools. Right, one stadium they play at. I thought, isn't that what we discussed?
Right, even in design, we branded it to be for the district.
Not for the team. With the end zones would be for each team. Those are all the things we talked about.
Everything could be changed, yeah, would be, yeah.
Am I wrong?
No,
No, I'm asking him. He doesn't.
It's not, I mean.
You were in the same meeting.
No, I don't know that decision necessarily has been made, that you have a fully functioning stadium at 377 and you can have a fully functioning stadium at.
You were there.
Meeting.
Yeah, I know, but but.
That's how he built this.
Do you understand? Well, let me ask you this. Do you understand we just had a meeting on May 15th? Where we just talked about the strategic plan?
Yeah.
And changes and tweaks to it? And I'm asking, have we talked about that in light of this stadium? Or did we just say we're going down the same stadium past 7,500 seats?
Well, we've already cut it back because it was 9,000, so we've cut back to 75. I'm trying to talk about how to get to 6,400.
Say the same things over and over again, but if it's offensive to talk about revisiting the stadium when we're revisiting other.
Well, first of all, we've gone too far down the road. To Marty's point, we're not gonna go back and look at other options for video boards or adding a second or third, or we're past that point because of the method we chose to go with. Right? Can we agree on that?
Well, or can we,
Yes.
can we change the, but when we talked about the method and we said, hey, if the bids don't come in, we can always just change the method. Did we not?
We were talking about timing. You're right about that. We were talking about timing, and we said if we choose to go down this road, if we had switched gears then to get more bids and to get more flexibility in those costs and having a say in those costs, it was going to add more time. That was the concern. So we wanted to do CSP was what we decided because we could go quick. But now here we are. So now we've wasted the last 6 months. If we go back to CMAR now, right? We can certainly do that.
Because we're not gonna make the August 25 deadline anyway.
We make, what'd you say, October? Pope's built this school over here, how fast?
Yeah, but I'm saying, but if we're not gonna make the August 25 deadline anyway, don't we have until August of 26?
I don't know.
Don't we have until August
You've
26?
got other things at a stadium besides football.
I'm saying, and we have one.
So you're going to lose the interest. You're not going to be able to spend it in your time frame that you want to go back to add potentially.
I'm fine spending the $46 million. I just think we're spending it on the wrong things.
So Liz, option 3 is basically getting us what we had discussed, what went out for bid, and because the bids came back higher than expected, we're utilizing the interest dollars to close that gap.
That's correct.
And by doing that, with the estimates of being about $3.2 million in interest between the IAC and stadium, we're coming back within a very small delta between the actual construction and the funds available.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Real tight.
So what's the difference between 2 and 3 specifically?
So option 3 would include both elevators and potentially the finishes, although you could elect to take that credit down the line and apply it to something within the project.
Okay.
But it does reduce the contingency value by approximately $50,000.
And with that being said, these options, I mean, these items in the VE we can a la carte them. I mean, we can, if you don't want to do the 7,500, you want to do the 63 or 64 or whatever, we can work through that.
What we'd like to do ideally is get a directive to execute a contract so that we can start the process of material procurement, because there are still some long lead time items that could affect our end date, and we want to make sure we put ourselves in the best position to be successful there as we can. And by executing the contract with Pogue, and then we can work through if there's other bits and pieces that we want to look at, we could identify those within the contract that we've executed.
So
with you guys.
I want to make sure I understand what you just said. So
Yes, sir.
if we were to approve Pogue, we have multiple options here. We can, if we approve them and certain things, we got to get order. Or no matter what option you pick, can we then go back and build a different option? Are we, I mean, with all the, whether it's a number of seats, whether it's bathrooms, parking, fancy extra lights, whatever, we can, do we still have that option?
We have the ability to make changes during construction, certainly. So, we would be contracting with them for the higher amount right now, and then if there were pieces that you wanted to pull out in favor of other things, we could look at those along the way or convert it into a contingency item for future consideration as far as those dollars.
Fees associated with doing that, like change order stuff, or?
Certainly there's, they'll have whatever markup is included in their proposals, but, some of that is open and some of it's not.
Because they can't even get started, based on what Jeff was saying, until July at the earliest, and I bet it's August if we're even lucky, right?
We're working on
We're trying to accelerate things with the town as much as we can, but this is the very first step. So we've got to get a site plan approved through council. So until that happens, we don't have any permits.
And so why is this not just an information? Why does this have to be an action item today? Why can't this be informational?
Because we need to execute the contract in order to start the material procurement. Because they can't order materials until they have a contract, unlike a cement risk, say, where they're already under contract and they would be doing that while they solicit subcontractor bids.
So, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
So right now, we're looking at about 11 months to get the bleachers. So that's a very critical piece that we release.
Do we have?
And there's a lot that goes into that. There's the shop drawing time and then the fabrication time, so.
So, can I just have a question. Josh had talked about on this last couple pages where the numbers are broken out, 1.6 million in architect fees, but the bond plan was 1.3. What happened?
I can't speak to the bond plan. We were asked to provide a lump sum for our fees associated with the work, and the lump sum that was the lump sum that was agreed upon and provided.
So is there room to talk about that, or that's a done deal, we walk away and that's that?
Well, the work's been done. I will say when we do a lump sum, we make assumptions based on the scope of work, and we work very hard to identify what that scope of work is. And as that scope of work changes, obviously it affects our ability to.
Yeah. So if we put this out and then we put it at a bigger number, but we don't do less things, that's going to come down commensurate as well. Right?
Well,
you based it on the scope of work, and now I'm going to change it.
Based it on the scope of work, and the scope of work has changed, and I've not come back with my hand out up until this point.
I wouldn't either if I've gone up 300 grand from the budget to the actual.
I don't know that we knew that budget number when we were.
That was an internal number.
Yeah.
That wasn't provided by the architect that helped develop the bond plan?
That wasn't us.
I know.
At that time, but.
I can look, it probably was, but I would need to look.
But not
So we might have picked
the
the
architect
wrong.
that's on the project.
It seems accurate. Huckabee's underpriced everything.
I just have one question.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
would we have done with the bond interest if we weren't gonna use it for option 3? Like, what would you have typically used that money for?
Well, the bond interest is always used for the proposition that it's with.
Right.
And since these are very specific propositions, that's when we went back and had the discussions with our attorneys, and the answer was basically, it needs to stay with the proposition and be
So we
used on the
would have
project.
added something or used it for overages or?
So.
Probably, that's what I'm saying. Are we giving?
I'm going to take us back a little bit. We talked about this when we first brought this to the board as a bond plan.
Right.
And we talked about having the proposition as a stadiums and an IAC or multiple IACs in case we got to the end and had a few dollars left over, that it allowed those dollars to be spent, at 377 if there were some needs at that point.
Like
That
turf replacement, anything like that, right?
That's correct. And through that discussion, I believe there was some negative impact of that, talking about having that S on there and explaining that to the public and why it would be worded that way. And so we worded it as specifically a stadium at Canyon Falls and an IAC at Canyon Falls. And so the project dollars must be spent here at the stadium at Canyon Falls and the IAC at Canyon Falls.
So
You're recommending number 2, correct? Or number 3?
We're recommending number 2.
Number 2.
So Josh, would you, I don't know how it happens, or I suggested a minute ago, maybe if we approve something at a higher, we award the contract so they can start ordering stuff, but we come back and go through the lines and find, the contract's awarded, but if we reduce the scope of work to align more with what we can all agree on, is that something that I just don't know where we go from here.
That's important to realize.
It's
The number of seats are important in awarding the contract,
Relate
especially
to
with the
lead time.
needing to order for the lead time. That is one of the items that would be important in this.
But the
We just
lead
don't
time being,
fit the visitor
but
seats,
the
they
lead
have to
time
wait.
being, we have just said that we want this stadium open in August, sometime between August and October of 25. If we're not concerned about that timing, Or we go, look, we're not gonna make August of 25, no matter if we order them tomorrow. I mean, we don't even know if we're gonna get it open in 25. We may be really looking at 26, then we're not in that big of a rush.
But they're operating under that rush, trying to deliver it.
And our staff is expecting
At some
it.
point, you harm yourself with additional cost of just maintaining the work, right? So you can extend a project so long that it becomes more expensive by doing so. Where that fine line is difficult to understand, but sticking with the terms as originally outlined is probably going to be your best bet with regard to getting the most bang for your investment, in my opinion. Because that was how it was bid.
What's been communicated to staff in the community thus far with expectations around construction?
That we're breaking ground in June.
Yeah, but that's a self-imposed deadline.
I think when I got here, knowing that those bonds had been sold, that was the timeline I was given, because my understanding was the timeline originally was this fall, October. August of 24.
Having sat on the 22 bond, I can tell you people were upset that project wasn't almost done at this bond.
Right.
And I'm concerned with some of the things that have been said out in the community about, we had a bond for $7,500, or I thought it was $7,500. It was at something.
9,000.
Well, whatever it was, and now if we cut that in half, that allows the narrative to come back of, well, we say one thing, they do whatever they want to do. And we can blame inflation, we can blame cost, we can blame all that, but there's still the buyers that approved it expected a certain aspect of it. So whether we don't have it in 24 now, we don't have it in 25, or we have it in 25 in August, October, I think those are gonna be challenges that we're met with in the community.
But I mean, the first thing I did when I got on the board in 2022 is sold this bond. The next thing I did is I approved an architect. I mean, it isn't the board sitting here on our hands. I mean, we've been moving this, we couldn't move any faster.
We haven't moved the last hour.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we couldn't move any faster.
I can't speak for,
I'm not falling on that sword. I'll fall on some swords, but I ain't falling on that one.
Yeah, I'm not asking, I'm just saying, when I got here, I came in the middle of this project and a year after the bonds had been sold. So I don't have a lot of background for what happened from summer of 22 to summer of 2023. But when I got here, I understood that the expectation was to open in the fall of 24, and we were not gonna make that. So that's why we pushed for fall of 25. That's what because I know Rick was getting questions, because the website still said, I believe, fall of 24, and we had to make some updates on that, if I remember right, this spring. So I'm just going off of what I knew when I got here.
And remind me why we delayed from 22 to 23, or why by 23 we didn't do anything. We had sold the bonds right away, but we didn't.
I can kind of give you a
Just a
timeline pretty closely. So the bonds were not sold, I believe, until August of 22.
Okay.
Then we started working with BLK on the fee proposal, I believe, in November of 22. And I think we brought that to you in January. December,
With
okay.
the middle school.
For approval, and started working on that project to get that designed and out for bid. And then there was a time last year in September, October, that we did make some major revisions to the direction that design was headed to.
Well, because
set them back a little
And when
bit.
I got here, the board hadn't had any updates
Right.
on any progress, so we did the workshop in September.
Correct.
To get further direction from the board, because they hadn't seen anything in a while.
Yeah, and we added
With all the
parking,
transition
and
and
I
leadership
think
and
added
everything. Mhm.
seats back at that time.
Yeah, that was significant parking changes. Yeah,
Correct.
There was seat clarification. We got feedback on the design elements, and that was, I think, October, November when that was approved. We turned it around and had it submitted into the city by the second week of February, and it's been with the town
been with them since.
February 14th, 15th. Undergoing the review process. There are 4 rounds of comments, and so we've been kind of trying to get along through that.
Did that go in with 9,000 or 7,500?
It went in with 7,500 based on that, the feedback that we got,
Feedback.
you know, when we did the board update in September, correct?
Okay, so if I can just get this straight one more time, option 2, you took out an elevator, you took out the finishes on the restrooms,
That's it.
and we're using the bond interest. Okay, option 3, you have both elevators, all the finishes, and you're using the interest dollars, but you reduce the contingency $50,000. Or to $50,000?
No, by 50,000.
By $50,000. And so the difference in the price, if I did just crazy math just right here, is about $227,000, roughly, between the two. I'm not, you know,
It's like raining now.
late math here. Let's give or take.
225, something like that.
So why are you choosing option 2 instead of 3? I'm just curious what the difference is.
I think, I think we knew and had heard enough about the restroom concerns that we didn't want to have extremely fancy restrooms and spend that much money, so that's where we felt like we could scale back on restrooms and.
And we started looking at, I believe the other one was looking at some other districts and
With
did normally have
elevators.
2 elevators,
No.
and that's not a common thing, and so we felt pretty safe with eliminating that.
Cause it was an alternate to begin with.
So why would option 3 cost more money then, in general?
It has a second
It's got the
elevator.
elevator.
The elevator.
Yeah.
It's got the
Option
nicer
3 includes the
finishes.
elevator
It's nicer
and the
finishes and
finishes
elevator.
that were pulled from option 2.
So, okay, even though we reduced the contingency by 50.
And we had to do that to get it under.
To get
To
it
get
under
it under,
budget.
gotcha, okay, that works, right, thanks.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13D as presented with administration's recommendation for option 2.
I'll second.
Who first did it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I move,
Okay.
so moved.
Mr. Slayton, motion to approve. Mr.
I'm getting
Hawksworth
tired.
with a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. The time is 10:01. We are going to adjourn to executive session, and we are done with all action for the evening. We will not be coming back to take any other action. Thank you all.